Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. US 14A, one of Wyoming's most scenic routes over the Bighorn Mountains, was closed Tuesday after a harrowing incident that sent a semi-truck careening off the highway. The incident occurred around 22 miles east of Lovell between the Five Springs campground and the Bighorn-Sheridan County line at around 2:30 a.m. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the vehicle was headed down the mountain toward Lovell when the driver entered a curve at a higher than posted speed.
He overcorrected in the westbound lane, slipped, and then the semi slipped over the barrier and so was just precariously hanging off the edge of this cliff. The driver, thankfully, only sustained minor injuries and was able to escape, but the Wyoming Department of Transportation and Wyoming Highway Patrol are investigating driver inexperience and excessive speeds as contributing factors to this incident.
WYDOT spokesperson Cody Beers said the effort to haul the semi-truck back onto the road requires a lot of time and intense machinery. A federal judge Tuesday dismissed a voting advocacy group's lawsuit challenging Wyoming's new law that requires proof of citizenship and Wyoming residency before someone can register to vote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who had been named in the suit, celebrated the ruling.
He's celebrating what he calls a victory for common sense and conservative values and truth, though the judge actually didn't get to the merits of the case. What he said is the plaintiffs lack standing. So that's a pretty foundational constitutional concept. So Judge Skavdal was like, well, you guys are a group made of groups, and you're not pointing to any potential voters with hard evidence that they will be harmed by this law, so I can't let you through that courthouse door.
Judge Scott Skavdal dismissed the case without prejudice, meaning plaintiffs could file it again with differing circumstances or support. A proposed ban on bear baiting on federal land in Wyoming and other states has rekindled the debate over whether it's a fair and ethical way to hunt bears. A coalition of about 70 animal welfare and environmental groups endorsed U.S. House Resolution 4422, the Don't Feed the Bears Act of 2025. It calls for a ban on hunters using bear bait barrels to draw in black bears. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, though, spoke to hunters who use bait and argue that it's an effective and ethical way to hunt bears.
This is where folks take a barrel full of whatever might be tempting to a bear and set it up and then set a blind over the spot or set trail cams so they can get photos of the bears that are coming in and then see if there's one they want to get. That has long been a controversial subject. You have one side saying it's unethical, it's not fair, it's not giving the bears a fair chance. And you have another side saying actually it gives the bears a better chance because if you're sitting in a blind over bait, you can really take your time and be choosy and avoid the big possible mistake of shooting a female that has cubs.
Bear baiting is already forbidden in Montana and other states in the West. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Famous Yellowstone actor Moses J. Brings Plenty still remembers the stories about how his uncle Howard Hunter Sr. won the saddle bronc competition at Cheyenne Frontier Days in the 1970s on a horse named Frontier Airlines. Ultimately, those stories are what brought the A-lister back for the second year in a row to Cheyenne Frontier Days. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this time he's serving as the parade's Grand Marshal.
We grew up on the Pine Ridge Reservation. His family, they had no running water, no electricity. To entertain themselves at night, they told stories by kerosene lanterns. And some of those stories were all about Cheyenne Frontier Days and how great it was. And to him, the Cheyenne Frontier Days is just the greatest rodeo on earth. To come back and to be able to be Grand Marshal of the Cheyenne Frontier Days parade, to be able to do the prayer ceremony during the grand opening today and tomorrow, that's just very special to him.
Brings Plenty is not only acting acted in but served as a consultant for several famous television shows like Yellowstone and 1923, as well as movies like Revenant. He wants to help ensure that American Indian cultures are accurately portrayed, from regalia to language, history, and ceremonies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Yeah, hello. Welcome to the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, July 23rd. Good to be with you. We're going to talk about robots. Well, AI gone crazy. That trucker with 9 lives that survived the crash on 14A. Oh, man. I would go buy a lottery ticket. That guy's lucky to be alive. We told you about that yesterday on the show. We said breaking news. We got a semi-tractor trailer crash on 14A. It's closed the road all day. We gave you the heads up first yesterday morning. Speaking of big loads on the road, there's nothing bigger than this one, the super load on Interstate 80. You don't want to be caught behind it. Should we be baiting bears in order to hunt them? That's the controversy now. And we'll get to these and many other stories today. Special guest on the show, you bet. Here's your updated weather forecast first. This is not my weather music. It's too mellow. That's too dramatic. Not sure. Maybe if we had like a blizzard coming. No, that's too hype. I really have to figure out, what about jazz? All right, I could do a little jazz number. That works. Chance of rain in Casper, slight chance, otherwise partly sunny, 86. Slight chance of rain in Riverton as well, with highs 90. Southwest Wyoming and Evanston, sunny, 81 today. Green River, 86, but plenty of sunshine. Pinedale, you might see rain in the afternoon, but otherwise mostly sunny in Pinedale with highs 79. Alpine, 87 with sunny skies. DuBois, chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise sunny, breezy, 77. Jackson, mostly sunny, 81 with a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Big Gordon Basin. Thermopolis, chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny, 87. Cody, 79 with sunshine and a chance of afternoon rain. Buffalo, chance of rain. Some of those rainstorms could be severe. Partly sunny, 77 today. Sheridan, also rain, partly sunny, 79. Gillette, you could see rain today as well. Highs in the upper 70s. Torrington, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny, 84. Much cooler than Torrington's been, which has been like 100. Douglas, 83. Partly sunny with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Maybe rain coming to Cheyenne after about 3. Otherwise, partly sunny, 79. Laramie, 79 as well with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Rawlins, sunny, 85. So everybody got a chance of seeing some afternoon rain showers. Why is that? I mean, is that just your typical, that's what Don Day said yesterday. He said it's just typical monsoonal moisture that mixes in with an otherwise high pressure, normal summer hot day. I'm seeing clouds right now. Clouds and maybe a rain shower heading to Du Bois, coming over the winds. I see maybe, yeah. So I guess slight chance of rain in a lot of places. Later when we talk to Greg Johnson, I do want to ask him about this kid who signed with the Yankees in the, did they sign him? Yeah, they did sign him. They drafted this kid from supposedly Jackson, Wyoming. But I don't recognize his name. I don't recognize him. And I've been in Jackson a while. I don't remember him. He spent the last 2 seasons in college playing for University of Utah, where he was first team all conference. I think he's a shortstop. Yeah, shortstop. Major League Baseball, MLB Network said the shortstop inked a deal with the Yankees, who drafted him for a $147,000 signing bonus. Not bad. And they list him as being from Wyoming. Maybe they don't say Jackson, Wyoming. I might be getting mixed up with his name. Core Jackson. Core Jackson signs with the Yankees. Where is he from? Core Jackson MLB draft. Let's see. Maybe he's a Cheyenne guy. Plays for the Sixers, maybe. I see him all over the place. James William Core Jackson, University of Utah. But I'm not sure where in Wyoming he is from. I'm going to make a note to check that. When we're on a break, I don't want to do it when we're supposed to be entertaining and informing. Andrew Ross had the story yesterday after we did, Andrew. I said it first. When I first saw Bighorn County Sheriff's Office post on Facebook, breaking news, I said 14A is closed. There's been an accident. I said that yesterday when I was talking to Jackie Dorothy, so that would have been 7:45 in the morning yesterday. Video or it didn't happen? Yep, I have video. We gave our listeners a heads up yesterday morning that the incident occurred 22 miles east of Lovell between Five Springs Campground and the Bighorn Sheridan County line. Happened early in the morning, like 2:30 a.m. But on 14A, an accident like that can often happen at 2:30 in the morning and not be discovered till like 6. 14A is not heavily traveled. It probably should not be traveled by commercial semi-tractor trailers or big RVs, but I think it is legal to do so. It didn't used to be. And I think, does Andrew say in his story, I think they lifted that. For a long time, there was a weight restriction just because people couldn't navigate 14A. It's not the worst mountain pass in the world, but it's tricky. It's deceptively challenging, let's say. And Cody Beers said so. YDOT spokesperson Cody Beers talked about it in the story. And Cody said people underestimate US 14A. Yes. It's tricky in that it doesn't have a real steep pitch, a real steep incline or decline, but it has numerous stretches where you think you're down, you think you're done descending, and you're not. And maybe you stop with the Jake brakes, which are your exhaust brakes. You know, big trucks, if you're hauling a load, you got to downshift. And you got to let the engine hold you back. Otherwise, you're going to burn up your brakes, which was evidenced not long ago. And that RV just totally caught on fire. Remember? When was that? That just happened not long ago. There was an RV just totally engulfed in flames. RV drivers, for the most part, probably shouldn't be driving RVs, with the exception of Bill Sniffen, who is skipping out on us this Friday, I hear. Normally, Bill drops in with us every Friday, but he's out there driving his RV. And a lot of people rent their RV or just, they're in it 2 weeks a year. And they're not really good at it. And you have to downshift. You cannot ride brakes down a long mountain pass like 14A. Let's say Teton Pass is not very long, but it's steep. And you're coming down like a ball of fire. And you could get away maybe with riding your brakes pretty good because your brakes will not heat to the point they just stop working or set your vehicle on fire. If you want to take that gamble, not always. But it's a shorter time where you're using them. 14A, you're using your brakes all for a long time. It's a long downhill. And you go through periods where you sort of flatten out. And maybe you take the exhaust brake off. Maybe you shift up. I wouldn't do that. You better stay in low gear. And then even when it's going downhill, it's hard to get a feel for how steep it is. It's just weird, 14A. You have to drive it to know it. But yeah, people underestimate. That's exactly right, Cody Beers. This truck, well, we still don't know who. We don't know much. Bighorn Sheriff's Office has not responded to numerous calls, so we're trying to find out what outfit this was. A lot of people commenting on the Facebook post of the story saying things like, these out-of-state drivers, these long-haul drivers, they're on deadlines and they follow the GPS religiously. They don't really know where they're going, or they know where they're going and they don't care because they're trying to save time. I don't think that was the case here necessarily. That does happen where you get commercial drivers. They got to get a load from A to B and they got to do it by this time and they're under the deadline. It's like Smokey and the Bandit. But I don't think that was the case here. I'm seeing local tags on this truck. 17 Campbell County tags, commercial license plate. And this looks to me to be a big, long flatbed. And judging by what was left on the road, it almost looks like he's hauling cement bags, like dry concrete or something like that, maybe to a construction site. Hansers was on scene to do the recovery, which is tricky. If you've seen the photos, this semi was hanging on from plummeting down the cliffside by like one tire, man. He was just about gone. The whole truck, 95% of the truck is dangling on just the Jersey, what they call the Jersey barrier. Just hanging there. Good thing that was there. or that truck would have been gone. Yeah, trucker's lucky. And in the photo that I'm looking at right now, I can see this is a local tag. Now, if this is a long haul trucker, they don't often have Wyoming. You know, they have like several license plates because they're all over the road. Daryl Orr, are you listening? He's our resident trucker. Daryl, what say you? If this guy's rocking a front license plate tag that's local, Wyoming, 17 county, that's Campbell, and a commercial trucker license. I won't give the number here, but you can see it. So I'm thinking that's probably, you know, some local construction outfit hauling materials somewhere. That's what it looks like. He's rocking this big, long flatbed. Yeah, and, you know, brakes. I think he came around to bend, did the old overcorrection thing, and dang, just lucky. Some guardian angel or guardrail angel was riding with this trucker. Cody Beers, Wyoming Highway Patrol said driver inexperience and speed being investigated as factors to the incident. This stretch of 14A outside level is more hazardous, could take just as much time to navigate safely with that large load. You should probably just take 14. 14A might look attractive as a nice shortcut if you're trying to save time, but it's tough for truckers, especially if you haven't been on it, and deceptive. And as pointed out by Cody Beers, unforgiving. Yeah. I don't think this is an ill-informed driver who didn't know what he was getting into. I think this is somebody fairly local that knows 14A, judging from the license plate, and maybe just hadn't had enough experience behind the wheel. But we're trying, Cowboy State Daily, trying to reach out, find out who that trucker was, and as soon as he cleans his underpants, maybe he'll get with us. Man, that had to be some kind of ride. Golly. Highway Patrol, Bighorn Sheriff's Office. They got the scene cleared. Took some wreckers. And they carefully got that truck picked back up, put on the highway, and out of there pretty quickly. I think the road was open in the 4 o'clock hour. Estimates were 6, 7, 8 o'clock is how long it would take at night, how long it would take to get it back open. I think it was up by before 5, open back up. So good job in the recovery. Glad the trucker's okay. And a lesson for all of us. 14A is no joke. And that's the pass that takes you over the Bighorns. If you're traveling like you want to get to Lovell to, I don't know, anywhere east of there. Good story from Andrew Rossi, and we hope we can follow it up or with perhaps an interview with the truck driver. Greg Johnson will be on the show. He'll join us here in just a moment, right after our first quick break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. And okay, I see what's gone wrong. I've figured out what's gone wrong. Greg Johnson is here, so that's everything gone right. Craig Johnson, managing editor with the Cowboy State Daily. Greg, let's debunk this story. I mentioned, I'm seeing these headlines that the Yankees drafted this Wyoming kid in the 5th round and have signed him $147,000 bonus. I'm all excited for him, and I'm like, I don't recognize the name. And I've been following high school baseball in Wyoming for a while. He just played his last 2 years in college with the Utes in Utah. And I'm like, who is this kid? Core Jackson is his name. And if you look him up, it says Wyomingite Core Jackson, drafted by Yankees. He's from Wyoming, Ontario, Canada. He's a Canadian. He's probably never been to Wyoming. There is a tiny little town, Wyoming, in the province of Ontario. So, news, you got to be careful. Words matter, places matter, and Wyoming, Ontario, Canada is not the state of Wyoming.
No, but he is from Wyoming.
Well, don't start. Don't continue the rumor. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, you got to be careful. So, well, good luck.
He's actually, the town is Plimpton, Wyoming.
Yes, it's Plimpton dash. Yeah, it's shared. It's tiny. It's almost in the U.S. I know where he is. He's just west of Hamilton, it's back in my stomping grounds. Yeah, but a lot of lazy reporters have just, now it's in the news cycle. So you just read whenever the next guy reports on it, you say, Core Jackson from Wyoming, and people assume the state, and before you know it, you're like, who is this guy?
Yeah. Yeah. It's, he is not from this Wyoming.
Well, it took a little for me to, figure that out. So I was just talking about Andrew Rossi's story about the trucker dangling off 14A with that wreck. You know, I was first on that. I just want props. With my spot with Jackie Dorothy yesterday, before Jackie and I talked, I said, Jackie, breaking news, 14A's closed, big semi-truck has turned over, and that'll be closed all day for cleanup. That's all I knew at the time. That was 7:45 a.m. yesterday. So I want to say I was one of the first.
Okay.
What do I get anything? Like, is that
no?
No prizes, no, yeah. All right. Andrew,
just noticing it happen is saying, but that's not a real report on it.
Yeah. All right. I get it.
But yeah, it's I wouldn't want to be that guy. I mean, I'm glad he's fine, but I mean,
yeah, hanging on by a thread, literally by one tire, grabbing onto that Jersey barrier, and otherwise, whoo. If the load was still on, his load come off that flatbed, that might have pulled him over. I can't believe that thing just hung on like that. Dang. Well, yeah, that's all 9 lives, and that's your guardian angel right there for that trucker. That's amazing. Check out that story. Cowboy State Daily is still trying to get an ID on the driver. We'd love to know who he is and she or whoever. And then ask what it was like to be, that 14A is deceptively challenging, as Cody Beer has pointed out. You ever been on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's downhill, and it's a long time downhill. You can't just be using your brakes. And from that, we're like an all trucker news source. From that to the super load on I-80, not the first time. I-80s, usually they give you a heads up, and I think they did here, but most people on I-80 are other truckers who might be in the know, and tourists and people who just are not going to alter their behavior because they got a heads up that there's going to be a super load. They don't,
Yeah, they've been taking quite a few of these.
Yeah. And they're slow. They're huge and they can't go fast. And if you're behind them, just another delay on Interstate 80s. I mean, it's just, that thing's backed up all the time. Summer, winter.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you see one, if you get caught behind one, just better make sure that you're not low on gas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the whole reason some of these motels along Interstate 80 exist. If you're caught behind a super load, seriously, pull over, get a room, start your travels the next day. Or for some people, pull over, buy real estate in Rawlins and relocate. Just move to Wyoming. That might be how long it'll take. 385 feet long, 1.4 million pounds of super load. And I think it's governed at 30 miles an hour. They have to go over bridges at 5 miles an hour. Or you don't want to be following this.
No.
Unless
you don't want to be driving 14A with one of these.
No, man. You better have your life insurance up to date. Yeah, motorcycles would pass it I would if I was on a motorcycle. I've seen motorcycles do bad things. Have you seen that? Like, motorcycle riders will go right down the middle when there's a traffic jam. And or on the shoulder of the road, which, if you're on them, I guess it's all right. I get frustrated that they can do it and I can't when I'm in my pickup, but I get it. I guess I would do that.
No, I wouldn't.
No?
I don't know.
You say that now.
I don't like people who do that, so I would.
I know, but you're just jealous. I think you would do it.
Probably not. I don't think so.
You would sit there. The first time you would try to be a good citizen. You would sit there on your hog and you would wait. And after about 5 minutes went by and you're staring at this big, compared to your motorcycle, this big, wide open, like, I could just shoot that gap right there. Next thing you know, a month later, as a motorcycle owner, you'd just be driving on the shoulder, down the middle, over the top of vehicles. You'd be Evel Knievel on the highway. I would. It's too tempting. So I don't, there's two different reasonings, I think, for why Congress is poised to, do their normal summer off. I didn't know. Congress just takes August off. They have a summer recess. It must be nice. But they're ending a little bit, or they want to end a little bit early, at least in the House. And that is supposedly driven by Republicans who don't want to hear these Democrats bringing up Epstein anymore. They're done with it. They're like, never mind opening the Epstein files. In fact, we're going to go summer recess early. The heck with it. And meanwhile, in the Senate, they want to get to their August recess as soon as they can. And that seems to be driven by the Democrats who don't want to vote in more than 100 nominees that are still sitting out there, including Brian Nesbitt. They've been filibustering so hard, 136 nominees awaiting confirmation, and may have to wait till September if the Senate takes their August recess along with the House. Soon.
Yeah, they need to get those things going.
Yeah, that's been a long time. I mean, who's running Fish and Wildlife Service? If Nesbitt isn't.
The Fish and Wildlife are.
The fish and the wildlife. They're running themselves.
Yep.
What else?
The honor system for the Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah. Don't make any major decisions. Don't do anything big. Should we be baiting bears to hunt them? Interesting.
I don't know. I'm not a hunter, so I don't know. I mean, you'll bait you bait other stuff. I don't know if it's okay to bait deer and stuff. Then
no, it's not. In fact, that's
what I'm just saying. I don't know that it's that if it's okay to bait one type of animal, then it's not okay to bait another, or vice versa. I think maybe the debate should just be whether you bait or not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you can bait to hunt other than bear.
Well, people bait all kinds of stuff. They bait elk, they bait.
But you
deer.
Can't do that. That's not legal. And that is very much frowned upon. In fact, other hunters will turn in fellow hunters if they find you put salt blocks out for elk or deer. That's not fair. And that's wholly unethical and not legal. But yet bear baiting is. And that's the practice for those of you not from Wyoming, not from the West. That's using these big 55-gallon drums, these big barrels. And you just fill them with whatever Albertsons is throwing away. That's how most guys do it. They go to the dumpster. Either they have a deal with a supermarket or they dumpster dive and they find the old rancid chicken they're throwing out.
And it doesn't seem very sporting in my opinion, that doesn't seem to be hunting them if you're
Yeah.
luring them in and picking them off.
Yeah. I know a lot of bear hunters, and our old friend Gap Pucci, rest his soul, hunted bear for many years, and he baited them. And he was an ethical hunter, but the practice, when I think about it, is not a fair chase hunting. It really isn't. And if we have that many bears, if the problem is, oh, we got so many bears here that we got to hunt them, then prove it. Well, you shouldn't need to bait them. They should be walking into your house. You can club them with a hockey stick. I don't think
if it's to, if there's a bear that's a problem, and it's been deemed, okay, this bear needs to be killed. Well, then lure it in. Go ahead and bait it if that's the purpose of it.
Yeah. And Game and Fish will use that. They'll bear bait a trap.
Yeah.
But luring bears with the idea of a food reward, which, let's say you don't end up killing that bear. Let's say you never do get him. But he learns, he smells chicken on the Barbie. I mean, he smells chicken in the barrel, and I don't know. Let's just ask him for trouble. That's conditioning a bear to come to what could be an unnatural food source. The practice is still legal in 12 states, including 7 where it's legal on federal lands: Wyoming, Alaska, Idaho, Michigan, Minnesota, Utah, Wisconsin. Bear baiting not legal in Montana, where they also have quite a few bears. Yeah, I'll talk to Mark Hines tomorrow. We'll talk about this story, but I'm changing my mind that I'm not for bear baiting. It doesn't seem like hunting. Anyway, there's a coalition of 70 animal welfare and environmental groups that have endorsed U.S. House Resolution 4422, Don't Feed the Bears Act of 2025, trying to make it a federal ban on baiting bears.
Yeah, so I can't believe you didn't bring it up. You as a DJ and everything.
Yeah.
What's a world without Ozzy like?
Oh, Ozzy. I don't have call to play a whole lot of Black Sabbath or Ozzy Osbourne in my DJ work every once in a while. But yeah, that's too bad, Ozzy. I mean, we knew he was in declining health. He hasn't looked good in the last year or two. Yeah, he was the godfather of heavy metal, pretty much. He didn't invent it, but he was authentically heavy metal. There was a lot of hair bands that did heavy, and there's a lot of bands that don't really qualify to be heavy metal. Like you think of Led Zeppelin, that was just a blues rock band that went way hard, but I wouldn't call them heavy metal. The Who, I don't even know what you call them. But Black Sabbath was kind of what you would say these heavy metal band.
Oh yeah, I remember being a kid. I was just a kid, so I wasn't really into heavy metal at the time this happened. But what totally turned my mom on it was the Bat.
Oh,
she's like, you're never listening to that group, because of the Bat and Prince of Darkness stuff.
Yeah.
So she wasn't she's a church going woman, so she wasn't big on
well,
on Ozzy.
Good for her. We shouldn't be biting bats, and they shouldn't be biting us. Let's have an agreement on that. But yeah, that's the Ozzy's 2 stories of Ozzy that were not music related that propelled his career incredibly were peeing on the Alamo. And I believe that's not a myth. I'm pretty sure he did urinate on the Alamo statue in Texas when he was on tour down there, and then biting the head of the bat, which is also debated whether that really happened. But knowing Ozzy, I'm not surprised he'd do either. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. It's I got to like Ozzy and Black Sabbath more as an adult as I came to appreciate metal more.
Yeah.
I was more into new wave and stuff as a teenager.
Yeah.
I've really huge influence. Just a huge influence on everything. And of course, biting the head off the bat. And there's, the story that he tore the heads off of a couple of doves while he was at a meeting with the record label. They symbolize peace. But of course, he was under the influence of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hadn't bit its head off. So he's got a thing with biting people's heads off.
I guess so.
Not people, but things.
Yeah. Yeah. That band, I mean, Ozzy and his two seminal bands.
Oh, I don't like this. I'm looking at this list of like the 7 most outrageous things he did. And one of them was in the 80s. At the height of his addiction, he shot and killed all 17 of his family's cats.
Ooh, Ozzy.
His hair caught fire once. That's happened to several artists.
Yeah,
Jackson.
When he got the pyrotechnics on stage.
And this is a famous one. I've heard of it before, that he snorted a line of ants.
Oh,
have you ever heard that?
Not heard that one.
I've heard that before. That he snorted a line of ants.
Dang. Yeah, these are larger than life stories about a guy who. Yeah, I mean, his music, that Black Sabbath, people, that was not radio friendly, not hit stuff, hit music stuff. He got more radio friendly when he just went on his own as Ozzy Osbourne. He had hits. But Black Sabbath was for real, and I guess they were one of the first of their kind that did that kind of music.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did Urinate on the Alamo.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I mean, that story, yeah, these are stuff that just really kept him in the news. Interesting dude. And then later the show, right? Like he had the show with his wife and his kid. We got to learn about the whole family.
Yeah, I guess early on, he was married before Sharon. His first wife, her name was Thelma, when he was really young.
I didn't know that.
And they were in England, and there's this vicar from the Church of England paid a visit to their house. And his wife gave this priest some cake. She was not aware that Ozzy had put Afghan hash in the cake.
Oh, no.
So he drugged this vicar, came to visit him.
Oh, boy. Ozzy.
I mean, you laugh about it, but I mean, yeah, these, I don't blame my mom. I wouldn't want my kids around that.
Yeah, well, Ozzy, 76-year-old, of course, died the other day, and all creatures with wings are celebrating. Finally breathing a sigh of relief. Bats, doves, thank goodness.
I think we missed the time.
To take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna break right now. What are you doing?
I'll stick around.
Excellent. We'll be back in 2.5.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg. Greg Johnson's with us.
Your Yankees are getting some help.
Wait a minute. What? There's a trade?
Yeah, they're they're getting Ryan McMahon, a infield from the Rockies. They're going to the Rockies for help, Jake. That should make you feel really good.
Wait a minute. I didn't know we were sellers at the deadline. Are we?
I don't think you were. I think the Rockies probably were.
Yankees are tanking, huh? Is that what you're saying?
An infielder, Ryan McMahon. I don't know him.
No way. Well, this is not the major move that Brian Cashman promised. We need a third baseman. We need a shortstop that can hit. And we need all kinds of pitching help. We got 2 starters done for the year. The bullpen stinks.
I don't know why it doesn't make you feel great that they turned to the Rockies for help.
Yes, you do know why. Don't be
sorry. I couldn't help think that one when I saw that. I'm like, Jake would love that.
I thought I'm like the most up guy because right now the trade deadline in baseball is coming. And I've had my eyes on sports news like constantly to see if the Yankees are going to improve themselves. I didn't even see that. Wow.
Is it actually true? I don't know. I don't know why someone would fake that one.
Well, you know what they do all the time that I hate? News. They say such and such is, here's a trade deal proposed. And it's proposed by who? The writer? You're not a GM. It's not even like a rumor. It's not even like the Yankees have been rumored talking about so-and-so. Someone will say, in this trade proposal, Yankees could get, well, yeah, I could do that all day long. Sit back and dream up trade proposals. Yankees could go back and dig Babe Ruth out of the grave. Where does it end when you're just
I guess maybe it's just a rumor.
It's probably a rumor, and I don't even know who this kid is.
The Rockies did, though. I thought I saw something about them giving their top pick holidays like a $9 million.
Yeah, I saw that
bonus.
Yeah, I saw that. He got a truckload of money.
Yeah, like the biggest bonus ever for a draft pick.
Well, there's still people rocking holiday shirts, jerseys in Colorado. Legend.
Yeah.
My favorite actor, I tell my wife this all the time, from Yellowstone, is this guy who was the Grand Marshal for the Cheyenne Frontier Days Parade. I love this guy. Mo brings plenty. He plays like the right-hand man of the power.
That's who you want to invite to a potluck, right?
Right. Bring plenty, Mo. BYOB. Yeah, I love this guy. And like, he's a legit Lakota from the Dakotas, and he's got ties to rodeo. His uncle is a for-real legend in rodeo. He wrote everything. Cool. Yeah. What a great story as Renee Jean caught up with the Grand Marshal of the parade. Couldn't have picked a better guy. Mo brings plenty. You've seen him in Yellowstone playing the right-hand man of the powerful Indian boss, who's another great. I love that guy too.
Yeah, I love how he said in the Lakota language that horses, the word for horses is basically means they're a holy dog.
Yeah, and you know why that is? I am reading now. I suppose I could go try to find it, but it's a pretty legit book by a historian about Native Americans, all the different nations from the West, the Sioux, the Cheyenne, the Lakota, all that. And the reason why this historian, I want to say I forget who it is, somebody like real, like, and the reason why Indians name horses holy dog or great dog or exceptional dog or dog is because prior to the arrival of horses, they used dogs basically to move themselves around. Dogs were their beast of burden. And when the horse came into being, they were like, this is a super dog. This is a holy dog. This is better than the dog. Dog dragging around your teepee to the next place. The horse all of a sudden became something you could ride in battle, something that could haul all your crap. And that's why they call it the holy dog, according to my sources. Yeah, Mo.
Yeah, well, he was saying it's also because at one point, I guess, horses were the size of dogs.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, that's their story.
Yeah.
They're about the size of a dog, and God gave them a gift that made them bigger to carry us.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's the way the Lakota have been telling it. Sure. And they got reasons why Devil's Tower is there, too, that you wonder, was something really scratching, trying to get to the top? Yeah, I get the legend. Ashley Bright's here early. Okay, Ashley. Yeah, what one last thing I wanted to hit. We don't really have time. We don't have enough time to give it its proper due, but I'm excited for this movie I'm hearing about that's going to star Margot Robbie, otherwise known as Barbie. Margot took a little time off after Barbie from acting, but her next thing is going to be Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, the 1950s movie. What's better than Margot Robbie 50 feet tall? Yeah, I'll go see that. Tim Burton is directing. Tim Burton is back, by the way.
Well, you got to check out the trailer, too, for the new Bambi horror movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Bambi Unleashed or something like that. It's great.
Our two critics, Greg and I, give thumbs up to the re-release of Attack of the 50-Foot Woman and Bambi, the Bambi redo. We got a break for top of the hour news. Have a great day.
All right, see ya.
All right.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A juvenile ceratosaurus from Wyoming's Bone Cabin Quarry hit the Sotheby's auction block with a value of $6 million. After 6 minutes of bidding, it sold for $30.5 million. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Ceratosaurus is a rare and unusual dinosaur. The specimen sold at Sotheby's was one of only 4 known skeletons of this carnivore from the late Jurassic period of North America.
This has been controversial, to put it mildly, in the paleontological field. It's not just the fact that it's a fossil that's been sold. It's a fossil that was bought by a commercial paleontologist from a museum where it had sat for over 25 years, and then that person then turned it and put it on the auction block. So I spoke to Brock Sisson, who purchased the specimen, was very familiar with it, and everything he did was on the up and up. But paleontologists are uncomfortable with the fact of dinosaur fossils being sold at all. So there's a lot of scientific knowledge that hopefully can still be attained from this specimen, but because it's a private specimen held in a private collection, not on public display, and at the moment not publicly accessible, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to learn anything from this specimen in the future.
Sisson did say he hopes the story for this one-of-a-kind dinosaur isn't over and hopes to ensure that it finally gets the attention it deserves. A Park County Sheriff's Office detention deputy removed the Cody Town mayor from a list of jail inmates, shielding her arrest from the public for reasons unknown last weekend. Cody Mayor Leanne Ryder was arrested early Saturday morning on suspicion of driving while under the influence of alcohol. She was released from jail 2 days later, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a representative for the Sheriff's Office who said that the breach of protocol by removing her from the list of jail inmates was a mistake and has been addressed.
He said it was as simple as a jail officer unchecking a box when he wasn't supposed to uncheck a box. He said he didn't really know if there was any special motivation behind that. What it meant at the time was her name was up there for a little bit and then not. And so as I understand it, for part of her 2-ish day jail stay, people couldn't see that she was in there.
Park County Sheriff spokesman Monty McLean said he does not know why the jail officer unchecked that box, although he speculated it could have been a misunderstanding. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis called Tuesday for the cancellation of the Senate's August recess in order to move 136 nominees who are awaiting confirmation by the full chamber. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the nominees would fill judiciary posts, ambassadorships, and undersecretary jobs, including former Wyoming Game and Fish Director Brian Nesbitt, who's been nominated to head up the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
There are more than 1,000 employees who need to be confirmed by the Senate. What the Democrats are doing now is they are slow walking all of them with the filibuster. And it's really crazy because they can't stop them. They all get done on simple majority votes, but they can still use the filibuster to draw it out. And it's happening with scores of low-level appointees. Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming appears to be the first senator to call for the cancellation of recess.
Democrats can't block the nominees, but they have used the filibuster to draw out the process on all of them, except for Marco Rubio, who was confirmed as Secretary of State in a unanimous vote. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
And now just a bit of good news. The Casper Humane Society has saved all of the 42 guinea pigs that were dumped off at their doorstep on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the guinea pigs were in bad shape and it hadn't been taken care of. Despite their obvious neglect, they are in the process of being rehabbed.
They found these guinea pigs with a tarp over them, and inside the cages, I was told that there was these little chicken waterers that were there, but they're all covered with filth. There was no food inside the cages. So the people at the Humane Society said they didn't know when the last time was they had been fed or taken care of. The vet came in and found that there were some with issues. Some were given antibiotics, some were pregnant.
The good news is the guinea pigs will be available for adoption after they are brought back to health. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Wednesday. Ashley Bright is with us. Ashley runs the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. We've had Ashley on before. How's everything?
Jake, I'm doing really well. Went fishing late into the evening last night. So,
Whoa.
I mean, it's a great day in Wyoming when you can do that, wake up the next morning, and again, receive its beauty.
Nice, man. I'm jealous. Sounds like you might be having a busman's holiday of sorts. It sounds like a summer camp. That's where I wanted to start. We're going to get to the 27th annual Casper Awards and Recognition Breakfast coming up, and some big name, big ticket people that are going to be attending. But first, I did want to check in with the camps. It's summer. We're halfway through summer. And how are summer camps going? Is there still time to get in, or are they over? Are they halfway through? What's happening with the summer camps?
Yes, absolutely. So summer camps have been amazing. Starting early in the morning, opening up as early as 7:15, 7:30 for kids to come in. Programming 5:30, 6 o'clock, and into the evening with recreation activities, and sometimes 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, allowing those extended hours for teens to participate and have a safe place to go. All across central Wyoming, camps are happening in the communities that we serve, in DuBois and Riverton, and in Buffalo and Glen Rock, Casper, all over. And yes, always opportunity to jump in. If your son or daughter would like to come to the Boys and Girls Club camp, we have teen programming as well for those that are in teens. We have taken the kids on over 1,500 field trips already this summer.
Yeah,
over 1,500 field trips and experiences outdoors, museums, library, walks, hikes, every experience that you could think of. I believe that we've covered in our day camps. And Jake, it's really important to have these opportunities available for young people, because 1 out of every 4 Wyoming kid is still home alone. And so the support and the philanthropy that goes on to have the Boys and Girls Club open as much as we can is so important for the health of Wyoming, serving snacks and serving lunches every single day and meals into the evening as well. So yes, so we are high flying, and it's important in what we do for the state of Wyoming.
Yeah, I can think of many reasons to be involved, for kids to be involved in Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. You're in like seven different communities. One, I have a neighbor up here. She's, I don't know, 13-year-old. And she's, all summer, mom and dad are working. She's home with grandma and 2 cats. And she comes down walking the dog and says, I'm bored. And, gets on my phone. If she just had something like this, it'd be so huge, especially this summer when, a lot of parents are working and the kids could really benefit from stuff to do and things, wide variety of stuff that'll enrich their life.
Yes, and the youth development strategy of the Boys and Girls Club really sets us apart, giving the kids a sense of belonging, a sense of usefulness, a sense of influence and competence, knowing that they can do something and do something well, and have that influence, the ability to give them those leadership experiences so that they have influence in an environment, that they can serve, that they can belong to a club. And the youth development strategy of the Boys and Girls Club really encompasses that support and that makeup to help youth move forward, to graduate high school with a plan. And that plan could be in the professional workforce or in the community colleges or university or trade school or military. But to graduate high school with a plan, the youth development strategy helps us do that, Jake.
Yeah, and I can think of other reasons besides just things to do in the summer. You're right. You're developing young men and women, these kids, and I think of kids, what happens to them, like as they move out of elementary school age and start getting to middle school and high school. Things get so cliquey. There's so much peer pressure. And it's really hard, especially with social media, to be you. In fact, that's on your website. 95% of the kids involved in this program say that Boys and Girls Club is a place to feel safe where I can be myself. I just love hearing that. Like, the kids should have a place like that.
Oh, yes. And Wyoming Department of Health has just released a study where 42% of young people are reporting depression in their life. And so for us to have the places open, the encouragement, the mentorship of professional staff supplemented by volunteers every single day makes an impact on the young people in Wyoming.
So coming up, besides getting your kids involved, this annual awards and recognition breakfast getting bigger and bigger every year. It's going to be here before we know it, September 17th. That's a Wednesday. It's going to take place in Casper at the Big Ford Wyoming Center. Breakfast, 27th annual, and you're going to honor Barbara Cuban, favorite of ours, and Will Reeve, who's been in the broadcast world. You may know his dad, Superman.
Yep. Yes. It was really exciting. We have 17 different platforms that we reach out to when the breakfast selection season comes, and speaker and such. And when Boys and Girls Clubs of America said, hey, if you can lock in on the son of Superman, on the summer that Superman is coming back.
Yeah.
And Will Reeve is a phenomenal speaker, ambassador for the Boys and Girls Club. Christopher Reeve, and we many of us know that story of falling off the horse. And when he fell, his head severed from his back. He was barely alive, and the doctors fused the spinal cord to his head, and then he lived. Well, Will was 3 years old at the time. And he was 12 years old when Christopher passed away. And then a year and a half later, his mom, Dana, died from lung cancer. So he was orphaned at 13 years old. Now, they had a plan for where Will was going to live and who was going to parent him or be the guardian. But the Boys and Girls Club became a big part of his life. Even when Christopher and Dana were alive, he was playing sports and doing activities at the Boys and Girls Club. And then it became important to him as he was going into his teens. So he came back, did some drama at the Boys and Girls Club, and then came back and volunteered at the Boys and Girls Club and did drama as well. But a phenomenal story, phenomenal speaker, nationally, internationally recognized. And the son of Superman's coming to Casper.
Yeah, so cool. You've seen him on Good Morning America, probably.
Yes.
He's done some sports stuff at ESPN, MSG Network. And boy, he looks like his dad. My goodness.
6'4". He's 32 years old. And he's 6'4", looks just like his dad.
He does. And Barbara Cuban, what a legend. I'm interested to catch up with her. She's maybe in her young 70s, maybe. She's legendary in Wyoming and politics.
Yes. She's a trailblazer, a fifth-generation Wyomingite, journey into public service, began around the kitchen table with her husband and sons, and they encouraged her to run for office. And their belief in her sparked a historical campaign that Barbara Cuban became the first woman to represent Wyoming in the United States Congress. And she is a lovely woman, a public servant, and a person that has been a trailblazer, as we said, and a woman of resiliency, faith, and conviction. And then I love this quote from her. Put your whole self into what you believe in. When people see your passion, you can accomplish anything. So very inspiring morning coming, Jake, on September 17th. We'll announce our Youth of the Year that morning. Governor Gordon will be joining us for a welcome. We also have the Tri Award, the Mick-and-Susie Cowboy Code Tri Award presentation to Dave and Carla Dundas. And they do massive service with law enforcement and first responders in our community, and such beloved people. So an incredible morning wrapped in.
We're talking to Ashley Bright, Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. Note the letters there, Boys and Girls Club, Central Wyoming. So you're going to look on the internet, bgccw.org. It's as easy as that. Find out more. How do we have to be members? Do we have to have kids in the program to go to the breakfast? I just want to go. I want to contribute. I want to help. This sounds like a great cause. Maybe I don't even have kids, but I love kids and I want to support this. What do we have to do to get to the breakfast, 27th annual awards and recognition breakfast in September?
Yes, RSVP on our website, bgccw.org. You can certainly call my cell number, 307-267-1406. We traditionally have 1,000+ people attend the event, and it's a unique resource development event for the Boys and Girls Club in the fact that there's no tickets sold, but everybody in attendance is asked to make a meaningful contribution to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Wyoming. So we have raised a significant amount of money that is needed for our $4.6 million operating budget. And it happens during this morning at the 27th annual Awards and Recognition Breakfast.
Cool. One last thing, kids, sports, physical activity, getting kids get their energy out. So important. You got year-round sports stuff going on this weekend. Casey Bramlett Day, maybe the second most famous quarterback to come out of University of Wyoming. What's going on there? A chance to get in on that in Casper this Saturday.
Yes, and Jake. Casey Bramlett is the #1 quarterback in passing yards in University of Wyoming history. Casper-born grew up in Wheatland and went to high school in Wheatland, recruited from Wheatland High School, and played in the NFL, played in NFL Europe, was a World Bowl MVP for Hamburg Sea Devils in 2007. So yes, so when the announcement was made that he was going to be inducted into the University of Wyoming Athletics Hall of Fame, we wanted to do something. And so on Saturday, starting at 11:30, there's going to be a free lunch. At noon, the voice of the Cowboys, Keith Kelly, is going to MC a ceremony, and we have some local recognition. We have coaches and players coming in, giving us video clips of congratulations to Casey. And then after that, we're going to have a skills competition for youth, and then the adults are so excited about it. We're going to have a fanatic skills competition for the adults, and then that's going to follow with flag football jamboree games into the afternoon. And so it's a Casey Bramlett Hall of Fame celebration day, recognizing him for his accomplishments, his ambassadorship for Wyoming. And he's one of the nicest people you will ever meet, Jake, if you haven't met him. Wendy Welniak, Randy's wife, said if she had an opportunity to spend time with Josh Allen or Casey Bramlett, she said I would pick Casey Bramlett every day. He is that neat of a person and contributes, volunteers, and just a fantastic person and family for Wyoming.
Yeah, Casey, I remember him, man. He's legit. Legend.
He can sling it.
Legend.
He can sling it.
Totally. And I wanted to say that he rocked the 17 as well. I see photos of him wearing the 14 and photos of him wearing the 17 back in the day, but whatever. He was one of the greatest Pokes quarterbacks, no doubt. Well, it sounds like fun, Ashley. Fishing, hanging out with football stars and TV personalities. Wow, what a life.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. It really doesn't. And our team, our professional team that works every single day, they inspire the mission and make the difference for the kids in our communities that we serve.
Thanks for all you do with the next generation, these kids. It's the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. Ashley Bright on the show. Thanks, Ashley.
Jake, thanks for having me on, and have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Let's, we got to go from there to weather. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a tough segue, but Don Day is waiting for us. So let's get Don Day into the discussion. Don Day, what's going on today? You look dressed up.
Yeah, actually, I had to get up early today and comb my hair, not wear a baseball hat.
Oh, yeah? Okay. You're not two-timing on us, are you? Don't you dare.
No, I'm in Pierre, South Dakota at a conference.
I love South Dakota and Pierre, who, like Du Bois, anybody who says Pierre, you can say,
Yeah, they're not from around these parts.
Right, you ain't from around here. Well, that's pretty neat. Cool. I had a weather question for you. Dang. Oh, the other day, it was this day in history. It was about that F4 tornado back in the day that was in western, like Yellowstone Teton border. That
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
God, that's rare, is it not? Man.
It's rare, but the infrequent, but the tornadoes do happen in mountainous terrain, not very often. A lot of times you don't even know when it happens, especially in wilderness areas, until maybe somebody ventures in there and sees the blowdowns.
Yeah.
But that was a big one, and that took a wide swath of trees out.
Yeah, that was notable. All right. Well, I don't know that we have tornado or severe weather, but certainly a chance of showers almost everywhere. Otherwise, typical summer day.
Yeah, we're going to have some strong thunderstorms, not widespread severe, especially up in the northeast corner of the state. We talked yesterday about the eastern side of the state getting into some monsoonal moisture, but that'll be the case today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, all of the eastern counties on the state, a line from Sheridan to just about Rollins, any side of that east side of that line, really good chance of getting thunderstorms. West side of that line, a few, not as many.
Here's what I wanted to ask you. I just remembered, and I might have asked you before, but we've been talking together so long now since October that I lose track of whether I've asked you this or not. But yesterday saw some big dark clouds moving in. My wife said it's going to rain. And I said, no, they're too high. Even though they were obviously water carrying clouds, these were big, dark blue, like nasty looking things. But to me, it was a high sky. What am I thinking? That's too high. It's not going to rain.
Well, yeah, the lower the clouds, the better the indication that the atmosphere is more moist, and a better indication that you will get moisture. You usually don't, from high and mid-level clouds, get anything more than what we call virga.
Yeah.
Or maybe a few sprinkles. But a lot of times clouds will look dark depending on the type of cloud, the time of day, and the sun angle. So you can have some high level clouds that really do look dark, but it's kind of a little bit of a trick, kind of a little bit of Mother Nature's sleight of hand, so to speak. So you were right, Jake. You were right for the first time in your marriage.
Take that. Yeah, maybe I was high, but the clouds were high and I was rarely right. You're right about that, Don. Don Day, he's always right. Enjoy Pier, state capital. Thanks, buddy. Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. Whether the clouds are high or the husband's high, it's not going to rain. That's the takeaway from. Does anybody know whether Casey Bramlett was number 14 his whole career? I see him wearing the 17. But most of the time he's wearing the 14. Did he wear both? Because obviously Josh Allen wore the 17 for UW. The number's not been retired. In fact, I can't believe Evan Svoboda had the nerve to wear 17 last year. I think that was a kiss of death for him. I mean, 17, dude, give that thing a rate. You don't want to wear that. That should be retired. Honestly, if they retire Shadur Sanders' number in Colorado, they certainly have to retire Josh Allen's number. Did Casey Bramlett, who is probably the second most famous, successful quarterback to come out of Laramie, did he wear the 14 or the 17 or both? Who remembers? I'm going to try to look it up. But you can help me. Chime in. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. You can text the studio line anytime. Let me know if you remember what number Casey Bramlett wore back in the day. We'll be back after this break. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rollins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we got a kind of a special surprise. Chancey Williams dropping in. Chancey, this is going to be weird because, I mean, it's weird for me. Maybe not you. I just saw you in an interview with Sierra Spratt, who we're going to talk to later today. That's so weird.
Oh, yeah.
It's all come full circle kind of thing.
Yep, Sierra's great.
Yeah, she's so cool. Great breakaway roper, great rodeo, and she's pretty good behind the mic as well.
Yeah, she's great. She's a great interviewer. Love Sierra. She's awesome.
So, yeah, it's like old home week for all of us. Cheyenne Frontier Days brings all the great cowboys back to Wyoming. Catch us up on what's going on with you, Chancey Williams. If you don't know, maybe you've been living under a rock, but Chancey's he's got a little bit of a country music career going. Man, it's always great to catch you in Jackson when you're at the Cowboy Bar, which is not often enough. But what have you been doing lately?
Well, we've been doing a lot. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my camera back working. Can you see me?
You know, I can't, but that's okay. We're also on radio we're in Cheyenne on radio, so it won't matter. That's okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know what it was working a second ago, but yeah, no, it's been good. It's been a great summer, and been playing a lot, been putting out a lot of new music, and yeah, excited back at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Yeah, have you? Where are you playing? Have you played yet? You still to play? Still going? What are you doing in Cheyenne?
Yep, this is our first day in Cheyenne today. We're playing with Brooks and Dunn tonight.
Yeah,
and there it is.
There you go.
Yeah, we're playing with Brooks and Dunn on the main stage tonight, so it's always fun to be back in Cheyenne. It's my favorite place to play ever. So it'll be a good night tonight for sure.
Yeah, and where do you play where you feel like you're best received? I love Texas. There's a lot of good, authentic, red dirt Texas country music. I love them down there. Do you like playing Texas? What about Texans?
Yeah, Texas is good. We get down there quite a bit, and it works pretty good for us. We like playing up in this area, obviously. Like Montana, Wyoming, North, South Dakota, Idaho. We go to the West Coast some. So we kind of like it in the Western states, not necessarily the South or Texas, but we do good down there too. But obviously, up here works great for us because it's, cowboys, and grew up as a ranch kid and rodeo cowboy from Wyoming. So we love playing Wyoming, especially Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Yeah, for sure. Daddy of them all. Chancey Williams with us. Chance, I always like to ask this of musicians, how, where they write. Tell me about the music writing. Some guys swear they do it maybe where it looks like you are in the back of the tour bus or in the RV, like going to, and there's so much downtime. They like to write then. Some have to sit down and really make it an effort to write. Where do you write music?
I pretty much go to Nashville. I got a group of friends that I write with down there, and that's where some of the best songwriters, or actually all the best songwriters in the world are in Nashville. So I typically go out there to do all the writing, but all the content and inspiration for all those songs comes from, growing up and living out west here. Like I said, I grew up just as a cowboy and a ranch kid. And so all that stuff that I sing about is just real life experiences growing up in Moorcroft and growing up riding, bucking horses and going to rodeos like Cheyenne. So all the stuff I sing about is about stuff living out west here, but we go to Nashville to put it together.
Yeah. And do you think, like, whether it's you, Ian Munsick, Chris Ledoux, Ned Ledoux, it's all this authenticity of guys who live what they sing. That's important.
Yeah, for sure. I think fans can see right through an artist if they're not real and they're not authentic. All day and all night, these fans know exactly who you are. And so, like, when people see us on stage or hear the stuff I sing about, I don't have to fabricate any stories. Everybody knows how I grew up just by looking at me or hearing my music. And it's the right way to do it, in my opinion. Everybody does their own thing in music, and I stay in my lane and sing about stuff I know about, and that's authentic and truthful.
Probably not going to see you on a spaceship like Katy Perry when they do another space.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not. Tell me about life on the road. How many days how many days are you playing? And year round, summer, winter, like what's the summer tour like right now?
It's been crazy. Like, we've been all over this summer, which is good. We love being busy. We typically do anywhere from, 80 to 90 dates a year, which ends up being a couple hundred days on the road a year, which is a lot.
Yeah.
But, it's great. I grew up rodeoing, so the lifestyle of a rodeo cowboy and a musician's kind of the same thing, town to town, tons of miles, playing big events and festivals in these towns across the U.S. So I enjoy it. I like being on tour. I like being on the road. So it's a fun life, but yeah, it's a lot of work too. You spend a lot of time away from home and a lot of time in these buses.
Yeah, that's a lot of diesel smoke down the road, rodeoing and music, man. It's all the same. Well, that's fun. We want to see you. That's tonight then on the big stage?
Yep, tonight, opening for Brooks and Dunn. We can't wait. It's been a dream come true, growing up with the Cheyenne Frontier Days in our backyard. My dad won Cheyenne in 1971, and I rode here with my brothers and got to win a couple rounds of Cheyenne. Then, it all came back around. This will be my fifth time playing the main stage, which is unbelievable. Been up there with, Merle Haggard and Dwight Yoakam and Gary Allen and Dierks Bentley, and tonight Brooks and Dunn, who are, some of our heroes. So it's always unbelievable to be able to take the stage at Cheyenne.
I saw Merle Haggard in New York City in this small little bar. And I remember before the show, somebody come on the mic and said, everybody shut up. Because in New York City, nobody pays attention to the show. And they said, you got to be quiet because Mr. Haggard's voice is not what it used to be. He's not as strong as he used to be. So, be quiet and be respectful in the shot. Man, he rocked it. Merle Haggard.
Yeah, he was one of the greatest. Yeah, that was the first year we ever got to play on the main stage, and they called and asked if we wanted to open for Merle Haggard. It was felt like it was some sort of a dream. I was like, what? For one, we get to play Cheyenne, the main stage, and for two, it's with Merle Haggard. So it was
right.
That was maybe one of my most memorable nights ever, just because it's the Hag, and Cheyenne Frontier Days. So yeah, it's always unbelievable, and we love what CFD does for the state of Wyoming, and we try to do our part too, travel in the U.S., representing the state as well as we can, and we love everything about Wyoming.
That was when Chancey was young and didn't know any better, and he said yes before he even heard what the pay was. You're supposed to call your agent first, Chancey.
Yeah, back then I think I was like, well, I'll pay you to play the main stage.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't care.
Yeah, well, that's hallowed ground, Cheyenne Frontier Days, no doubt about it. You can feel it. Brooks and Dunn, Chancey Williams, I think they got the bill a little mismatched. I'd flip that around, but all right.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they're in history one of the biggest duos ever in country music, and we're just excited to share the stage with them. And it's fun because 2 years ago they got put in the Cheyenne Frontier Days Hall of Fame, and last year they inducted me in there. So it'll be the first night they said there'll ever be 2 Hall of Famers share the stage. So we're pretty excited to share that experience with Brooks and Dunn tonight.
Yeah, well, that'll be something. That's cool. One last thing, let me ask you while I got you. I'm always interested to know this too, where musicians write and what inspires them. And then what do you listen to? Because sometimes you find guys and they listen to something that's totally out of their genre. When you listen to music, what do you like? What do you jam? What's on your iPod right now?
We listen to all sorts of music, on these buses. Wyatt, our lead guitar player, is good at finding new music and old music, and Wyatt's always showing me new stuff. But recently I've been into kind of some of this newer country stuff, which is like Ernest and some of these artists that are coming out with kind of old country sounding songs, but newer stuff. So been into Ernest lately. He's great. And then, when we're just listening for pleasure, kind of like some of that 70s, 80s yacht rock stuff. It's kind of easy listening to.
Definitely. Well, we're excited. I'm glad you're back in Wyoming. That's always a good thing. He's Cheyenne Frontier Days. Chancey Williams, your chance to see him. Tickets still available? Do you know?
Yeah, there's some available. I think they're getting kind of a few limited, but there's still some out there. I think it's going to be a real big night tonight. So.
All right, break a leg, rock the house, and I'm not gonna be. I'm too far away, but everybody else in the area, you got to get there. Cheyenne Frontier Days opening for Brooks and Dunn is Chancey Williams. Thanks for stopping in, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Andrew Rossi on the show right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake moving along on a Wednesday, and I think I know now what happened with the whole Casey Bramlett. Who wore it best? The number 17 for the Cowboys. Josh Allen, obviously, you've got to say wore it best. And then I was talking with Ashley Bright just a moment ago about Casey Bramlett, who definitely a notable quarterback to come out of the Wyoming Cowboy organization. And I thought maybe Casey wore the 17. Well, I forgot about his brother, Corey Bramlett, who is not as well known as Casey. There was a Corey Bramlett that I believe wore the 17 briefly. Casey Bramlett rocked the 14. So that's why if you ask Siri or ask the interwebs to look up Casey Bramlett, University of Wyoming Cowboy quarterback, you'll see mostly photos of him with a 14 and then occasionally a 17, and that's just Siri not understanding that there's a brother, Corey Bramlett, who had the 17. So I think I've figured it all out now. And now, just in time to go to Andrew Rossi in the Zoom room. Andrew, there's some people talking about your story about the super load that was plugging down I-80. Is that you? Tell me that's your story, yeah?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. And there's some people wondering why it's so heavy. I mean, it's huge. This thing's huge, and it's driving some kind of transformer going from one place.
Yeah, it's a transformer for a big wind farm that's being built north of Medicine Bow. And I don't know anything about wind farms, but I know that they store a lot of energy, so I imagine it has something to do with that.
Yeah.
And it's one of 3 that they're moving to this farm this summer. This is the second one. There's a third one that's going to be moved to some point between after this one and then before the end of August. And then they moved 6 last summer, and they're going to be moving more in the future potentially.
Whoa, slow your roll with the transformers. And I mean slow.
Yeah.
This thing goes 30 miles an hour down an 80-mile-an-hour highway. Yeah, you don't want to be behind it. We had a heads up about it. And the other one, right? But some people, I mean, not everybody's going to get the message.
Well, I imagine that some people who are just using I-80 who aren't Wyoming residents wouldn't think to go to wyoroad.info or just to check the maps and the alerts where they're posted, because it does move at 30 miles per hour unless it's going over a bridge. Then it slows down to 5 miles per hour, which is even more fun. There are spots where it does pull over to let people go past, but you'd prefer not to risk it if you were traveling that route.
Yeah, I mean, at 30, this thing is probably passing a few RVs that I've seen, who I don't even know if RVs go 30, but this thing is an RV on steroids. And some folk, Mark wants to know what? 1.4 million pounds? He said the Transformer should weigh only 80,000. But the truck and trailer that it's moving in, like, why do they need something that big? The Transformer's not as big as the trailer. I don't know.
Yep, it's an industry that I'm not terribly familiar with, but apparently this is what was deemed necessary to get this thing from point A to point B. And you got to take it slow and you got to take it carefully, and there are months and months of permits to go through this process.
Well, for some people, it's yet another reason to hate wind power, or is this solar?
No, this is wind. This is part of a wind farm that's being built up there. Might have said solar earlier, my mistake. But yeah, and it's not moving yet. It's going to get going at 9 a.m. and then it's going to turn off I-80 around noon. So that's 4 hours between Laramie and Arlington that you'll want to seek alternate routes if you have the availability to do so. And given the time frame we're talking about and the distance and the speed, you probably want to.
Yeah, so can't say you didn't get the heads up. Watch for that, because if you're behind it, that's going to be slow rolling for sure. Slow rolling coming down 14A. Have you ever driven that mountain pass, by the way, Andrea? It's in the Bighorns, and we heard about the trucker yesterday morning that, boy, he's just hanging on by a thread.
Yep, I have drove it a few times, and it is, if people listening who haven't, it is something else. It gets a bit frightening at moments. And you get comfortable at a certain speed and then you think, oh, I can handle this. But then if you're going even slightly too fast, you realize you cannot handle that.
That's what, and that's my observation. And that's what Cody Beer said, deceptive about how challenging it is. It isn't, necessarily the grade isn't like straight down like Teton Pass, but it's constant. And then there's times where you kind of flatten out and you think it's over, but it's not over. And yeah, it's tricky. And this driver yesterday, man, he is just so lucky that he didn't go over the edge. He's just hanging on. One wheel hanging on to that Jersey barrier, which is like the strongest thing in the world, I guess. Golly.
Yeah. Incredible photos. And why the Wyoming Highway Patrol is investigating excessive speeds as part of it. They think that the driver was going faster than the recommended 35 miles per hour and slipped and then slid across the road and then over the wall and over the sheer cliff. So quite an experience to go through. We're very fortunate he got out of that okay.
Well, it wouldn't be an Andrew Rossi segment without dinosaur talk. What is this what is this thing? He's got a horn on his, like a, and Sotheby's auction, 30.5 million. All right, tell me more about this dinosaur.
Yes, Ceratosaurus, it's a late Jurassic carnivore, so one of the meat eaters, and it's I don't like use the word primitive, but I guess it's the best way to describe it. It's a more primitive kind of meat-eating dinosaur than other ones. It's got the nose on it's got the horn on the end of its nose, and it's got these armored bones called osteoderms running along its back. So we're not really sure if it's necessarily smaller than the other meat eaters, but it's very different. It's a smaller head, much bigger teeth. Fascinating dinosaur. There's only 4 confirmed specimens of Ceratosaurus known right now, and this was one of the 4, and it's the only juvenile, so it's a younger animal, and paleontologists love studying how things change as they grow up. It was found in Wyoming in 1996, and it was sold at auction at Christie's earlier this week for $30.5 million.
I can see its teeth must be, dinosaur teeth are a real good indication of what its diet was, because its teeth are like long, sharp, and they're like bent back. Like when this thing grabs something, it doesn't want to let it go.
Yeah, very much so. And the Ceratosaurus teeth are they're thin as compared to other dinosaurs. Like a lot of meat-eating dinosaur teeth, they look like, knives, but they actually are rounded and that helps with structural support. The Ceratosaurus teeth tend to be really thin and blade-like. So we don't know a lot about this particular dinosaur. It's very famous because it's so unusual looking. I mean, it's basically I'd say it's as close you could get to a dragon in terms of a dinosaur. I mean, you just put skin on it and imagine fire coming out of its mouth, and you got a dragon. But we don't know that much about Ceratosaurus as a whole, which makes any specimen of it important. So hopefully, this one will end up in a museum where it can get the attention that it deserves, so we can learn more about how this animal changed over time.
I get that dragon vibe as well. That's so weird. Two more things, Andrew. I want to get to you. Your story about the Evanston Gary the Emu on the loose. I feel so bad for the owner. This kid didn't have that emu even a day. And who knew? I guess he didn't know that emus can jump the fence, got loose, and Evanston PD, had they chance to do it over again, might not have been quite so, might have done it a different way, but this emu did not survive.
Well, I think you can't see both sides of it. I mean, emus are by their nature pretty docile, but that doesn't mean that they're harmless. They can kick, they can cause injury, and there's not really a protocol for a police department on how to deal with a loose emu. So had they had more knowledge, they probably could have known that if they just, got a couple of its favorite snacks and presented it to them, then they probably could have gotten it to do whatever they needed it to do. But I mean, they were afraid that if they got too close to it, it might kick. And I mean, I'm a city kid. I didn't grow up around any animals, so I get nervous about how they're going to respond in any situation. So the general consensus was, though, is that it was unfortunate and things could have been handled differently. And if Evanston ever runs into an emu again, now they're better equipped and they have more knowledge in terms of how they can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, who knew? They knew enough to know they can kick. They knew the legs were the danger part, and I think they got a rope around the legs, but yeah, unfortunate. I would just love to see a follow-up story about the Evanston PD passing the hat and getting this kid another emu or money for it. Like, he's a hardworking kid who bought he went and drove, got this emu, bought him. He had a dream about the emu, Gary the emu, and the dream ended pretty quick.
Yeah, he said it was a deal of a lifetime because it was a very, very friendly emu. It was mature. He got it for he paid a good amount of money for it, but it was a decent price considering. And he just wanted to, open a petting zoo so kids could enjoy that emu as well. So if there is a follow-up story where Evanston buys an emu, I'll be sure to cover it.
I hope there is. Just for this 18-year-old's sake. And then finally, I think we've seen this with elephants I think, are pretty smart, right up there with chimps and dolphins. But do bison understand death? Very interesting story, Andrew.
I get a lot of my stories from, but a lot of people said they have observed the same pattern of behaviors that bison demonstrate when confronted with a carcass, not just of a bison, but of any animal, it's not so much it's easy to put human emotion on what they're experiencing, so we want to stray away from that. But there are patterns that the same people have said, yes, I saw them holding their tails up or circling or sniffing or staying in the area for an hour or more, that suggests that there might be some kind of ritualized behavior that they go through when confronted with death. And it's an interesting concept. You mentioned elephants. They're well documented having some kind of physiological response to death and specific rituals that they go through and that sort of thing. I could go on about it. Elephants all day, but bison haven't gotten that kind of attention because bison aren't deemed as smart as elephants. But the idea of intelligence in animals is such a relative thing. It's entirely possible that they might not have, they're not going to build a rocket ship and go to the moon or anything like that, but they might have, something deeper going on in there that we don't fully understand. And until we get more bison behavior studies, we won't know for sure. But it's interesting to think about at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, calling it mourning, yes, might be putting a little bit too much on a bison or even the elephant, but they're doing something and they're recognizing something. And yeah, it was weird to me because I assume, I look at an elephant, I don't necessarily think of it as terribly intelligent, but I look at a bison and I think that's a dumb animal.
When it comes to these things. Like I remember one study is really interesting that found that cows have best friends and they get stressed if they're not hanging out with their best friend. And that is, I think, something that we would think is more intelligent for a cow than we would give them credit for. So you don't want to anthropomorphize, which is the word of the day, and I know I screwed it up, but we don't want to put all of our human emotions and perspective on animals, but we also don't want to lose focus of the fact that it's a big world out there, and there might be more going on in the heads of these critters than we deem possible.
I'm glad you took a stab at the A word. I was hoping you would, and not me. Thanks, Andrew. It's easier to write than say. Have a great Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Thanks,
have a good
buddy.
one.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Andrew Rossi with a few of his stories you got to read in the Cowboy State Daily. Top of the hour news break. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. US 14A, one of Wyoming's most scenic routes over the Bighorn Mountains, was closed Tuesday after a harrowing incident that sent a semi-truck careening off the highway. The incident occurred around 22 miles east of Lovell between the Five Springs Campground and the Bighorn-Sheridan County line at around 2:30 a.m. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the vehicle was headed down the mountain toward Lovell when the driver entered a curve at a higher than posted speed.
He overcorrected in the westbound lane, slipped, and then the semi slipped over the barrier and so was just precariously hanging off the edge of this cliff. The driver, thankfully, only sustained minor injuries and was able to escape, but the Wyoming Department of Transportation and Wyoming Highway Patrol are investigating driver inexperience and excessive speeds as contributing factors to this incident.
WYDOT spokesperson Cody Beers said the effort to haul the semi-truck back onto the road requires a lot of time and intense machinery. A federal judge Tuesday dismissed a voting advocacy group's lawsuit challenging Wyoming's new law that requires proof of citizenship and Wyoming residency before someone can register to vote. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who had been named in the suit, celebrated the ruling.
He's celebrating what he calls a victory for common sense and conservative values and truth, though the judge actually didn't get to the merits of the case. What he said is the plaintiffs lack standing. So that's a pretty foundational constitutional concept. So Judge Skavdal was like, well, you guys are a group made of groups, and you're not pointing to any potential voters with hard evidence that they will be harmed by this law. So I can't let you through that courthouse door.
Judge Scott Skavdal dismissed the case without prejudice, meaning plaintiffs could file it again with differing circumstances or support. A proposed ban on bear baiting on federal land in Wyoming and other states has rekindled the debate over whether it's a fair and ethical way to hunt bears. A coalition of about 70 animal welfare and environmental groups endorsed U.S. House Resolution 4422, the Don't Feed the Bears Act of 2025. It calls for a ban on hunters using bear bait barrels to draw in black bears. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, though, spoke to hunters who use bait and argued that it's an effective and ethical way to hunt bears.
This is where folks take a barrel full of whatever might be tempting to a bear and set it up and then set a blind over the spot or set trail cams so they can get photos of the bears that are coming in and see if there's one they want to get. That has long been a controversial subject. You have one side saying it's unethical, it's not fair, it's not giving the bears a fair chance. And you have another side saying actually it gives the bears a better chance because if you're sitting in a blind over bait, you can really take your time and be choosy and avoid the big possible mistake of shooting a female that has cubs.
Bear baiting is already forbidden in Montana and other states in the West. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Famous Yellowstone actor Moses J. Brings Plenty still remembers the stories about how his uncle Howard Hunter Sr. won the saddle bronc competition at Cheyenne Frontier Days in the 1970s on a horse named Frontier Airlines. Ultimately, those stories are what brought the A-lister back for the second year in a row to Cheyenne Frontier Days. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this time he's serving as the parade's Grand Marshal.
We grew up on the Pine Ridge Reservation. His family, they had no running water, no electricity to entertain themselves at night. They told stories by kerosene lanterns. And some of those stories were all about Cheyenne Frontier Days and how great it was. And to him, the Cheyenne Frontier Days is just the greatest rodeo on earth. To come back and to be able to be Grand Marshal of the Cheyenne Frontier Days parade, to be able to do the prayer ceremony during the grand opening today and tomorrow, that's just very special to him.
Brings Plenty has not only acted in, but served as a consultant for several famous television shows like Yellowstone and 1923, as well as movies like Revenant. He wants to help ensure that American Indian cultures are accurately portrayed, from regalia to language, history, and ceremonies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Claire McFarland's here. That's my favorite part of Wednesday. Claire, you're so stinking smart.
I don't know. I don't feel that smart this week, but thank you.
No, you're really smart. Your writing is smart, but more impressive is how you're thinking on your feet, your brain to your mouth connection, which many writers don't necessarily have. Brain to pen, yeah. Brain to mouth, not all the time. Your segments, your live bits with Wendy are so good. I mean, I hear you talking. I'm like, she's smart. And
she makes me look good. She cuts out all my ums.
And I want to say you've gotten better after our segments. Like maybe we've coached you up on the whole video audio, but like you're genuine, you're animated, you're real you, but you're super smart. Like you're also, I don't know, you're a natural at that. Anyway.
Oh gosh, I'm blushing.
Your head doesn't fit in the Zoom frame now.
Yeah, well, Jimmy says I shouldn't play poker. So if I'm genuine, it's because I have no choice. I just,
yeah,
out it comes.
No filter. You are what you are, and you know the real Claire. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. So let's dig in. We got to move. You got a ton of stuff out. Let's start with in the category of saw this coming, not surprised. UW President Ed Seidel said when his contract's up, he will. The Cowboy rides away. Maybe that was helped out a little by the vote of no confidence thing. The whole lawsuit. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why a president might end his run after 5 years. I look back to see presidents at UW, and 5 years is kind of average. Some spend a cup of coffee, some 10 years, but 5 is kind of in the sweet spot. I mean, any indication this was, Ed, can you leave when it's over? Or is the writing on the wall? What can we take away from this?
Yeah, they're not attributing it to the recent drama publicly. They're just like, in a year, he's bowing out. Good job. Here's what we accomplished. It does follow a no confidence vote. It does follow the filing of a now ongoing lawsuit regarding the alleged attempt to divert massive state funding into a spin-off school run by the president's wife. I don't know. There's a few concepts at play, if nothing else. I can't link things, but there's concepts at play, like, I guess while that was going on, and when they demoted the dean that ran that school, and everyone was like, this was a witch hunt, this was, persecution. A lot of the tenor from staffers, from faculty was, we want consult with us more. We want you to bounce things off of us more. And I think that's, even though that's not the peak of the controversy, I think that's an underlying tension where the question becomes, okay, how much power does the president get to have? How much power is invested in the faculty? Does having to bounce everything off the faculty make it rougher? I don't know. But when this series of stories erupted, that was, I found, the concept that the public ran with and debated about.
Yeah. And I think the search for the next president, I think that kind of stuff will be addressed. And the next person in, you'll see a little, we're going to have it written more in stone exactly what it is, how much power that president has, how transparent they should be. The next one, certainly going to be under a little bit of a spotlight. Someone shot a juvenile kid, a child shot in Cody at the Sinclair. What do we know? Nothing really.
Nothing really. Yeah. Negligence with a gun. I asked the caliber. I asked the age. I have some background scuttlebutt on the age, but not enough to say it publicly. Quite young from what I'm hearing. And I don't know. That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah. Guns go off, sometimes accidentally. And it's just so weird how often they're pointed at someone, a gun goes off and hopefully it's in the, the floorboard or in a seat or in the ground. But yeah, when it just seems like a Murphy's Law of accidental discharge of guns. It hits someone. It's just, yeah. Well,
go on.
Stay on it. Maybe we can get some answers there. This story here's another one of, I shouldn't be surprised. I'm fascinated by this story. Maybe you are too. It's the hitman for hire. A woman claiming it's entrapment. I'm not surprised, because unless you actually have the murder and you trace it back to a hitman, in this case, it's just a plot to kill. So of course, the woman, the Cody woman, can always say, hey, that was not my intent. And it's so weird to read the transcript of this, the agent posing as the potential hitman. You notice that the agent never disclosed. He doesn't say anything like, why are we meeting here at the Denny's at the back table or wherever they were? He's like, what do you want? He never does come out and say, who am I killing? Things like that. I don't know.
Well, okay. So reading that, so they're going into trial soon, right? And this becomes an actual tug of war, because on the one hand, the state has to prove that she did it, solicitation to commit murder in the first degree, life punishable. You don't, by having that one step removed, you don't get it knocked down to 20 years. It's still life punishable.
Yeah.
Just like first degree murder. And then on the other hand, she's asserting this defense. So you have, instead of the state trying to prove something and someone trying to defend against that thing, you now have two people trying to prove things at crossways, at loggerheads. And that makes for a rodeo of a trial, if I'm not being too flippant about the courts, which are sacred. Yeah, it makes for a bit of a rodeo, and I'm intrigued. I think the public is intrigued, but where we have, because the evidentiary affidavit, it just has to clear the probable cause standard, right? Get that thing into court, get it into the higher level court so we can continue prosecuting this person. And so they don't spill all the tea in the document that the news media references. And they don't really go into detail like the sourcing and the evidence that indicates that she was seeking allegedly a hitman before she met with the DCI agent. Now, if they go to trial on this matter, which they're slated to, they'll have to cough up, well, here's how we know that she was soliciting these people before the DCI agent showed up. If they're not willing to cough that up, it makes it a likely win for her.
Yeah, like it's not like there's Craigslist for hitmen. Like, how did these two even get together in the beginning? And then I'm just, this thing is a movie, really. I'm just fascinated by the DCI agent posing as the world's crappiest hitman. He's like, well, I'm also going to need to buy a gun. And I could just see her saying, like, I thought you were a hitman. You don't have a gun? Well, I got to get a gun. I got to go up to Montana, buy a gun.
Well, and like if they do have to spill the tea on whom she was allegedly soliciting before meeting with the DCI agent, it becomes an interesting community study of just who in Cody had she pegged as a potential hitman.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Well, stay with it. That sounds like a story worth, but just in case you get to write the Hollywood movie after it. I don't know when it's all over. This is a little bit of a convoluted thing, and unfortunately has taken a bad turn for the girlfriend. With girlfriends like these, who needs ex-wives? The girlfriend ran over the boyfriend who allegedly dang it, I keep forgetting. And he was with the ex-wife. I mean, what happened here? And now the boyfriend has died after a week in hospital. Oh.
Gosh, so much drama there, so much going on there, moving parts. And it's another one where like this affidavit is like, I'm only telling you enough to get you to the felony court. And there's probably going to be a lot more, like it's another tip of the iceberg feeling affidavit where you're like, there's more. But, okay. So what's been, I guess, reported, the various reports from the various sources is she and her boyfriend, who's now deceased, were drinking at a bar together, and they heard that there was a conflict, allegedly violent, even though, according to Gillette PD, the evidence has not supported charging at this point, between the ex-wife's boyfriend and one of the kids. Holy crap, I'm gonna get and right, so they rush over there, like from the bar to the ex-wife's house, like what the crap. And then the new girlfriend takes the kids away, gets everyone out of there. One of the kids forgets his phone, so they circle back. And then there's this like, how dare you take my kid? And then people are in front of the car when the girlfriend allegedly tries to speed away.
Yeah, I had the Jerry Springer vibe as well. I got lost track of who's married to whose kids beaten up, who's running over who. But yeah, unfortunate for Dana Johnson that she's now looking at increased penalties, charges.
Vehicular homicide is up to 20, whereas before it was that count one was an ag assault, which is up to 10.
Yeah. We're going to have Secretary of State Chuck Gray on in a moment, but he's pretty pleased about what he sees. A judge has thrown out a challenge to the new Wyoming voter registration law. Judge Skovdale, who was that?
It was Judge Skovdale. Oh, yes. I have so much to say about this.
Good. Because, all along, Secretary Gray was saying there's no standing. I'm like, only Claire knows what that means, no standing. What happened, Claire?
Yeah, Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution says the courts only oversee cases and controversies. right? Because not just anyone can get through that courthouse door and unleash conflict on just anyone else. And so they developed this test where it's like, okay, were you directly hurt? Can you tie that hurt to the person whom you're suing? And can a court do anything about it? And that's the test. Usually there's other tests, like they talk about associational standing. That didn't work either in this case. What interests me is, yes, Secretary Gray tends to know his legal stuff very well and correctly called it. There would be no standing, and correctly called the case on which the judge would rely for that. A Supreme Court case where pro-life groups were challenging the availability and approval of abortion-inducing drugs. And the court was like, yeah, but none of y'all are hurt by abortion-inducing drugs. You just have to kind of divert your educational or, philanthropic focus a little. That's not direct harm. And so, so he tends to call those things fairly well. But where we get lost and where the social media chatter gets lost is people are like acting like this is a win on the merits. Like this law is righteous. This law, whatever. You can debate that. I'm not calling that. But standing is a completely separate issue from whether the voter registration, voter citizenship law is righteous or constitutional. We didn't get that far. We only got so far as, is this the right group to be plying this issue? No, it's not.
In fact, didn't the judge even say there might be something here, but with the no standing, I can't move on? Didn't he say that? Or am I?
Skavdal didn't touch the merits, even though he did call the group's mission laudable.
Okay.
That's
he didn't even get into the merits. It's stalled at no standing. And
there's another twist to all this. Skavdal famously was the federal judge that gave the win to the Sweetwater County School District 1 over the Wiley family, who had said that that school staffers were helping to socially transition their daughter, treating her as a boy and concealing it from the parents. That was the allegation. And so when Skavdal was like, I'm not going to create an affirmative duty of district staffers to inform parents of every little thing in order to contour the parental autonomy right that's, inherent, according to the courts, inherent in our U.S. Constitution. And so there was just, it's interesting to watch the right because, it's interesting to watch both sides as a reporter, because everyone, when that happened, was like, this judge. And then now this happened and they're like, oh my gosh, the judge did the righteous thing. And it's so fascinating. It's like maybe the judge, you can debate whether he called it correctly the Wileys or Equality State Policy Center. I'm not the divine arbiter of that, but maybe he's just trying to call the legal issues as they come down the funnel of jurisprudence.
Scott, I recognized that name and I couldn't remember what it was from, but you did. And you know what it is? You know why you're so super smart? It's your vocabulary. You just used the word contour there, where any choice, a bunch of words would have worked, but contour was the perfect word. It's your vocabulary, Claire.
I'm blushing. I'm turning red.
You're so good. I mean, we got to meet more often than just Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Claire McFarland on the Cowboy State Daily Show. She's got a whole mess of stories that you got to read. It's more fun to hear her, but you can read her on the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy Day Daily Show Wednesday. Claire McFarland also has this story, kind of a follow-up on the DUI arrest of the mayor of Cody. And again, I don't want to belabor this story. I don't want to throw rocks if I live in a glass house, and I don't want to be the first to cast that stone. I mean, DUI, I'm not saying everybody's got one, but it's an understandable offense to be driving under the influence. And in this case, of course, allegedly. You go to a party, you go to a bar, you go to a office function, you have 3 glasses of wine and you drive home. I mean, you could be over the limit. And it could happen to anyone. And it has happened to many people that are not criminals. So I don't want to get too hard on the mayor of Cody. It happens, DUIs. But the follow-up from the story Greg Johnson told us the other day was the Cody mayor was arrested on suspicion of DUI. And now the follow-up is mysteriously record of the mayor being held in jail was taken off of the online. There's an online place where you can go to see who's incarcerated in Park County. And suddenly the name was removed intentionally. Is that because she was mayor and had some influence, or what happened? We're talking about Cody Mayor Lee Ann Ryder, 65-year-old, arrested early Saturday morning on suspicion of driving under the influence of alcohol. She was released from jail 2 days later, early Monday morning. So had to spend the whole weekend there. It came to the attention of Greg Johnson, but if anyone after they read the story in Cowboy State Daily maybe perhaps wanted to check, really, is the mayor really in jail? No, I'm looking at the list of inmates at the Park County Detention Center. I don't see her name. That's because supposedly somebody at the Park County Detention Center didn't check a box, didn't click a box or uncheck the box. Certainly, mistakes are made, and, it's easy to, oops, I didn't click that, and the inmate now is not being reported as detained, but when you're talking about a high-profile person like the mayor of Cody, you've got to think that this wasn't an unintentional click of a box. This was, let's not let everybody and Adam know that the mayor of Cody is in jail. But Claire McFarland's story says Park County Sheriff spokesman Monty McLean said, yeah, this is just a mistake. Somebody, a detention officer, there's a box they check, I guess, that would post them as actively incarcerated, and somebody didn't check the box or uncheck the box. Just a misunderstanding. Hopefully this is the last of it, and we can let Mayor Ryder get on with business of running Cody. She won her election by a landslide back in the day, so you have to assume she's pretty popular becoming the mayor, but she's going to have to figure out how to get past this. And Claire McFarland, here's Claire talking about it with Wendy Core, just because we can't get enough Claire today.
A Park County Sheriff's Office detention deputy removed the Cody Town mayor from a list of jail inmates, shielding her arrest from the public for reasons unknown last weekend. Cody Mayor Leanne Ryder was arrested early Saturday morning on suspicion of driving while under the influence of alcohol. She was released from jail 2 days later, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a representative for the sheriff's office who said the breach of protocol was a mistake and has been addressed.
He said it was as simple as a jail officer unchecking a box when he wasn't supposed to uncheck a box. He said he didn't really know if there was any special motivation behind that. What it meant at the time was her name was up there for a little bit and then not. And so as I understand it, for part of her 2-ish day jail stay, people couldn't see that she was in there.
Park County Sheriff spokesman Monty McLean said he does not know why the jail officer unchecked the box, although he speculated it could be a misunderstanding on when a box is supposed to be unchecked.
Yeah, okay. Moving on, this is my favorite actor from Yellowstone, the series, the Yellowstone TV series. I love Mo. Mo Brings Plenty. He plays, I don't know the character's name. They don't say his name much in the show. If anybody's seen Yellowstone, I should probably look up Yellowstone cast. I'll look up who I'm talking about here. If anybody's seen the Yellowstone, the Taylor Sheridan Project, you got Mo Brings Plenty plays Mo. All right. Well, so they didn't even change his name. He plays like the right-hand man of Chief Thomas Rainwater, who is played by Gil Birmingham, who I love. Gil Birmingham. He's such a good actor. But Birmingham, I don't know, he identifies as Comanche. Okay. I didn't know that. I wanted to say he was not a Native American of any tribe, but he identifies as Comanche. All right. And often, obviously, plays, quote unquote, Indians in movie and TV. So his right-hand man is the quiet Mo. He doesn't say a lot, but he's so good. He's just so authentic. Moses Brings Plenty. Mo Bring Plenty was the Grand Marshal for the parade that they just had yesterday. We had on yesterday on the show, we had Sheriff Brian Kozak on the show live from the parade. I mean, what a moment that was. One of our favorite highlights on the Cowboy State Daily Show to have Sheriff Kozak. We've been trying to get him on the show forever. And we finally get, Sheriff Kozak, I think he keeps wiggling away. He says, well, I'll be out of town. I can't talk about that. And then finally, we think we get him. And he says, he's like, oh, I don't know, because I'm going to be in the parade at that time. And I said, well, just come on the show from the parade. That'll be even more fun. I would not let him get away yesterday. So Sheriff Kozak, live from his parade float, in the background, he's got his posse, he's got his mounted patrol, he's got the cavalry. Seriously, Laramie County Sheriff's Office has a cavalry, like legit cavalry from the 1800s. And they got sabers. They got the whole deal. It is a cavalry. They got the gloves, You can't be cavalry without the big gloves and the fringe. I wish I had a picture of that. It was so cool that Sheriff Kozak granted an interview with us yesterday live from the parade float. So little did I know at that time that the whole parade Grand Marshal, the whole parade was being led by Mo Brings Plenty, who is Lakota and an actor, of course. He's a movie star. And there he was, Grand Marshal of the parade. Renee Jean has the story about Mo Brings Plenty running the parade. And we learned that he isn't just chosen because he was in Yellowstone or chosen because he's famous. He's got ties to Cheyenne Frontier Days that are also very legit. And we're talking about an uncle who was a famous rodeo bronc buster. In fact, he rode everything. He rode broncs, he rode bareback, he rode bulls. He is probably, if he isn't, he should be in the Rodeo Hall of Fame and in the Indian Rodeo Hall of Fame because he was in Indian rodeos or Native American rodeos back in the day. Howard Hunter Sr. There's a Howard Hunter Jr. This is Howard Hunter Sr. And I believe Howard Hunter Sr., the rodeo star, I believe he died not that long ago. I want to say 2015, maybe. He eventually had to quit rodeo. He was in a real bad wreck. And a horse fell on him and he had to quit rodeoing. But boy, back in the day, this guy, legendary, is the uncle of Mo Brings Plenty. Howard Hunter Sr., legend. And I have, I had a photo of him somewhere. What did I do with it? I just want to see it. For those of you on radio, here it is. You'll just have to imagine along with me because I want to check out this photo. It's so cool. This photo I'm looking at, you can find it on the Facebooks if you look. This is Howard Hunter, one of the most iconic figures in Indian rodeo. And during the Indian National Finals Rodeo, he's a champion, the INFR, Indians National Finals Rodeo. He's in the Hall of Fame, so I said he should be. He is. And the photo of him I'm looking at now is him from Cheyenne Frontier Days riding the actual horse that Renee Jean talks about, Frontier Airlines. This is Frontier Airlines taking flight right here in the photo. And yeah, look at this is saddle bronc riding at its best, man. Howard Hunter Sr. Give him a heck, Howard. 1976. Cheyenne Frontier Days. So cool. And that's the uncle of Mo Brings Plenty, the actor in Yellowstone. Who knew? I would have never known that if Renee Jean didn't write this story about Mo Brings Plenty. And the Lakota Indian talks about his uncle and, you know, the connection to Cheyenne Frontier Days. He said, this is the most prestigious rodeo in the world. And for me, in my personal opinion, Mo Brings Plenty said, one of the greatest. Yes, it is one of the greatest. And not just in your opinion. So, yeah, Brings Plenty. The Lakotan who grand marshaled the parade with a connection and a cool chat. Matt Renee must have been so excited to talk to this guy. I would love to interview him. He seems pretty fascinating. Renee was supposed to be on with us yesterday, but she was stuck in rodeo parade traffic, and now we know why. She was on her way or just had interviewed Mo Brings Plenty. So that's excuse. I think Mo rode a horse named Louie in the parade. Okay. I'm sure he's a pretty good horseback rider. And as Greg Johnson said earlier, Brings Plenty did share a story about how important the horse is to the Indian culture. He said, horses are good medicine and are more than just a tool. By the way, Brings Plenty thinks American Indian horses were around since before the Spaniards brought them to the U.S. The prevailing historical thought is horses were introduced to America by Spaniards, by the Spanish people who came first to Mexico to take over that whole operation. Then their horses eventually got up into what is, now the United States. Prior to that, there were no horses in America other than that Przewalski, that dinosaur horse that was like as tall as your knee. But Brings Plenty said, no, there's the Lakota legend. The horses were around before the Spanish introduced horses. Now, that may be Lakota legend, but it doesn't match up with what any historians would say, that the Spanish likely introduced the horse. And that's why, supposedly, in most Native American cultures, the horse is revered and called a great dog or a holy dog or a dog times 10, is because Indians were long using the dog as a beast of burden. They were using the dog to help carry out stuff from one camp to the next. The dog had to drag the teepee to the next place they were going. The dog was not only a companion and sometimes lunch, but the dog was used to pack stuff when Native American tribes were on the move. And so when the horse finally came around, and the horse was able to carry way more, including the horse was able to carry actual people into battle or wherever, then that's why the name for nearly every tribe called the horse the holy dog or the great dog, or something to do with dog, because to them it did the work of a dog, only it was way bigger, way better. The poor dog after that was like, you're relegated to a pet. We now have the horse. Yeah, so great story. Mo Brings Plenty, interviewed by Renee Jean. Learn more about that actor, who I love him in Yellowstone. Let's take a quick break. Secretary of State Chuck Gray will be on here in just a moment.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yeah.
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Secretary of State Chuck Gray on. Chuck, you were saying it all along. This lawsuit has no standing. This is going to be dismissed. You were right. Big win for you. What does it mean? Get us back to the beginning. From people who just coming on board. Who's suing you? Who tried to sue? Who tried to stop? Who tried to put a speed bump in election integrity and mess everything up? And what was Judge Scovdell's decision?
Thanks, Jake. Well, we've been working on proof of citizenship and proof of residency for registering to vote for a year and a half. This is common sense. Only Wyomingites, only citizens should be voting in Wyoming elections, period. We started working on this in 2023, put forward a rulemaking for proof of residency for registering to vote, and also strengthening our procedures to stop non-citizens from being able to register to vote. And of course, it has become infamous now. This very liberal Mark Gordon, the governor, vetoed that rulemaking on the very same day. I mean, you think about this juxtaposition. As he was handing me this veto, President Trump was announcing with Speaker Johnson at Mar-a-Lago that proof of citizenship for registering to vote was the #1 election integrity priority of the 2024 campaign. And as that was being announced, literally the governor vetoed this common sense rulemaking, doing the very thing that President Trump was putting forward at that press conference. We didn't give up, though. We, in late 2024, put forward as the #1 priority of this 2025 general session election integrity agenda, proof of citizenship and proof of residency for registering to vote. We went to the legislature with this enormous conservative majority over in the House. This conservative majority in the House has been a game changer. We were able to bring this bill through. We were able to keep strong provisions on the proof of citizenship side. Of course, in mid-March, the governor, Mark Gordon, refused to sign the bill, once again showing that he seems to be opposed to bringing forward these common sense election integrity measures that have over 90% support, Jake, not only within the state of Wyoming, but also amongst the American people. So we refused to sign the bill in mid-March, but of course our Wyoming state founders were very forward-thinking, very prescient in writing our state constitution in not allowing a pocket veto. So the bill became law without the governor's signature, even though he would not sign it. Then in early May, I was sued by this radical leftist attorney, Mark Elias. And this is the latest action in the radical left trying to stop proof of citizenship for registering to vote. This Mark Elias is a pretty radical DNC Democrat attorney. They hire him to challenge across the nation these common sense election integrity measures. That's what the Democrats do, because they don't want these being brought forward. Wyoming is in the center of this fight now. Mark Elias, in his original so-called complaint, he said that in the last 5 years, Wyoming has gone from being bottom 10 in the nation on election integrity to top 10 in the nation in election integrity. And this radical Democrat attorney acted as if that was a problem. No, that is what the people want. He also recycled sort of arguments that Mark Gordon used in this tortured letter he sent to me when he refused to sign the bill. And he used the same arguments and cited the arguments that Mark Gordon made in trying to go to the courts to stop this common sense election integrity measure that the people of Wyoming want. Well, we fought back. We got outside counsel from Dillon Law. The Dillon Law firm is started by Harmeet Dillon, who is now at the Department of Justice doing great work in the Trump administration in advancing election integrity. And it was an all hands on deck deal. We were working on this very diligently. We filed not only a response to their complaint, but also a motion to dismiss, putting forward why they did not have standing procedurally to move forward with this lawsuit. Want to thank President Trump, the Trump administration. They filed a statement of interest supporting our arguments, defending proof of citizenship for registering to vote. The Republican National Committee filed an intervention supporting our arguments on proof of citizenship for registering to vote. So we really put forward a coalition. And we work together with all of these entities to put forward a coalition to push back against the radical left, to push back against this insider Mark Gordon group that is refusing to support these bills. And in fact, in the letters that they send to my office are sort of inviting litigation, this sort of litigation from the radical left. But we've put forward a conservative coalition to defend this lawsuit, to defend the truth. And just yesterday, we got this tremendous decision from Judge Skavdal in the federal court dismissing the lawsuit. He supported our arguments for the procedural arguments as to why they did not have standing, and he granted our motion to dismiss. Proof of citizenship and proof of residency for registering to vote is the law of the state of Wyoming. It went into effect July 1st, and we have successfully defended the truth and defeated this radical leftist lawsuit.
We're talking about House Bill 156, which simply says you got to prove you have to be a U.S. citizen, and you got to prove that you live in Wyoming if you want to take part in Wyoming elections. Secretary Gray, I don't understand. I know election integrity is important to you. This is just one of a handful of bills that you were involved in at the last session. Now, you are not a lawmaker. In this case, the bill was sponsored by, I believe, Bear, right? John Bear.
Tremendous legislator. Tremendous legislator.
So tell me how that works. Like, you're Secretary of State. You say, I really want a secure election. We got to do this and that and this. So then you have to, I assume, get with these representatives, Representative Bear, and say, look, can you do this for me? Like, how does that work? How do you get off the ground with these efforts?
It's all about working together and building coalitions. I've known conservatives over in the House. That's where I started out.
Yeah.
In 2016, when my neighbors, I had the honor of being elected by them to serve in the legislature, representing portions of Central and East Casper, was elected by my neighbors back in 2016 and took the oath in 2017. At that time, we only had 6 members of the state legislature that were reliable conservatives over in the House. In fact, that year, this was before election integrity really came to the forefront. Meade, the Secretary of State at the time, liberals in both sides of the legislature were trying to bring forward a mail-in balloting system, which would allow for a form of automatic mail-in balloting. And we had to stop that bill. We were on defense those years and got up there on the House floor on third reading and swung 6 votes by speaking against the bill, brought forward what's called an enacting clause amendment, because on third reading, it goes straight to a vote unless a member objects and brings forward a quote unquote amendment to debate the entire bill. So I've worked a lot on building coalitions, working with other conservatives to bring forward these common sense conservative measures and push back on the coalition of the insiders, the media, and the Democrats that have controlled policymaking in this state for too long. We are a conservative state. We have a strong silent majority of conservatives in the state that delivered 3 times in a row the largest MAGA majorities for President Trump in the entire nation. But down here, we get these legislators that come down to Cheyenne that are protected by the media, that say they're going to do all these grand things, and then they get here and start acting pretty darn liberal. And so I've worked a lot over the years in building that conservative majority. Now there's 35 members of the state house that are conservatives. And when this very liberal Mark Gordon that has been putting forward for a long time these sorts of liberal vetoes. Remember in 2019, one of his first vetoes in office, and this was astounding, Jake. We want to talk about missed opportunities for coal, oil, and gas. When he vetoed the bill that I brought forward in that 2019 session, that would have set up a procedure for us to immediately, not to dither and delay, but to immediately sue the state of Washington for blocking our coal exports. We're talking about hundreds of millions of volume in our coal if we were able to export our coal. This governor vetoes that bill. It's one of his first big vetoes. He waits till the last day possible for him to do it. There was a huge snowstorm the day before, so it didn't get covered very much. And then he proceeds to wait an entire year to file the litigation in January of 2020. Well, then it got caught up into COVID, caught up into the end of the first Trump administration and the disaster that was the 2020 election. And our case, and then the entity that wanted to cite that coal export terminal went bankrupt because he took so long in filing that litigation. And then he blames the Solicitor General. He always blames when something doesn't go right. But the reality is he lacks that timing, that touch of knowing, you in basketball, Jake, you're a basketball player, you got to know when to go for that finger roll, when to go for that layup. And whether it's that he sincerely doesn't want these conservative measures to move forward, or he just lacks that judgment, he lacks that touch in knowing when to do that timing. So we've gotten really used to, over the years, pushing back on his insider sort of veto. So when he vetoed our rulemaking in late 2023, and I just fielded a lot of calls from conservatives across the state about how we needed to continue to push this forward. And we created a strategy. I think that one of the reasons why the media really pushes back on what we're doing is because we've shown, whether it's voter ID, whether it's the ultrasound bill, which set off that wave of pro-life legislation in the late 2010s, whether it's the ban on funding of abortion in the employee plan at the University of Wyoming, which was a pro-life amendment we passed. We've shown that even when we had 6 or 7 members, that we were going to create a campaign to bring awareness to these issues. And that's the key in getting these insiders begrudgingly, not sincerely, but begrudgingly to sort of allow these things to go through, granted without their sincere support, or in Mark Gordon's case, he wouldn't even sign the bill. So we created a strategy and how we were going to work to bring this through the legislature. It was the number one priority in this election integrity agenda that was put forward in late 2024. And we just, from tea to green, really had, these are the things that we need to focus on. Here's sort of the process, how it's going to look, some of the key provisions that need to be in these common sense conservative measures. And the media acts like that sort of collaboration, that team effort is a problem. It's exactly the opposite. That's what members of our executive branch should be doing and bringing through these common sense conservative measures that over 90% of Wyomingites and Americans support through the state legislature.
Secretary of State Chuck Gray, how the town hall Monday in Bar None? Was that pretty good?
It was fantastic.
Cool.
Jake, got to come back on. I got to respond to Megan, to Degenfelder on this win thing. I saw the interview yesterday.
And I saw your Lego thing too.
I got to respond to this thing.
We'll talk win.
They just use the same worn out slogans, Jake. They just repeat the same things the governor says, and but let's do it another day.
All right, we'll talk another day.
Jake.
We'll talk about the win. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Secretary of State Chuck Gray doing a big win for him in the courts as federal Judge Scobdell throws out the lawsuit. Mark Elias loses, Chuck Gray wins, and all's right with the world. Unless you're stuck behind that wind-powered transformer that's creeping down I-80 at 30 miles an hour. One more reason to shake your fist at wind. We got to go top of the hour news break. All right, buddy.
Thanks. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A juvenile ceratosaurus from Wyoming's Bone Cabin Quarry hit the Sotheby's auction block with a value of $6 million. After 6 minutes of bidding, it sold for $30.5 million. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Ceratosaurus is a rare and unusual dinosaur. The specimen sold at Sotheby's was one of only 4 known skeletons of this carnivore from the late Jurassic period of North America.
This has been controversial, to put it mildly, in the paleontological field. It's not just the fact that it's a fossil that's been sold. It's a fossil that was bought by a commercial paleontologist from a museum where it had sat for over 25 years, and then that person then turned it and put it on the auction block. So I spoke to Brock Sisson, who purchased the specimen, was very familiar with it, and everything he did was on the up and up. But paleontologists are uncomfortable with the fact of dinosaur fossils being sold at all. So there's a lot of scientific knowledge that hopefully can still be attained from this specimen, but because it's a private specimen held in a private collection, not on public display, and at the moment not publicly accessible, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to learn anything from this specimen in the future.
Sisson did say he hopes the story for this one-of-a-kind dinosaur isn't over and hopes to ensure that it finally gets the attention it deserves. A Park County Sheriff's Office detention deputy removed the Cody Town mayor from a list of jail inmates, shielding her arrest from the public for reasons unknown last weekend. Cody Mayor Leanne Ryder was arrested early Saturday morning on suspicion of driving while under the influence of alcohol. She was released from jail 2 days later, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a representative for the Sheriff's Office who said that the breach of protocol by removing her from the list of jail inmates was a mistake and has been addressed.
He said it was as simple as a jail officer unchecking a box when he wasn't supposed to uncheck a box. He said he didn't really know if there was any special motivation behind that. What it meant at the time was her name was up there for a little bit and then not. And so as I understand it, for part of her 2-ish day jail stay, people couldn't see that she was in there.
Park County Sheriff spokesman Monty McLean said he does not know why the jail officer unchecked that box, although he speculated it could have been a misunderstanding. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis called Tuesday for the cancellation of the Senate's August recess in order to move 136 nominees who are awaiting confirmation by the full chamber. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the nominees would fill judiciary posts, ambassadorships, and undersecretary jobs, including former Wyoming Game and Fish Director Brian Nesbitt, who's been nominated to head up the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
There are more than 1,000 employees who need to be confirmed by the Senate. What the Democrats are doing now is they are slow walking all of them with the filibuster. And it's really crazy because they can't stop them. They all get done on simple majority votes, but they can still use the filibuster to draw it out. And it's happening with scores of low-level appointees. Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming appears to be the first senator to call for the cancellation of recess.
Democrats can't block the nominees, but they have used the filibuster to draw out the process on all of them, except for Marco Rubio, who was confirmed as Secretary of State in a unanimous vote. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
And now just a bit of good news. The Casper Humane Society has saved all of the 42 guinea pigs that were dumped off at their doorstep on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the guinea pigs were in bad shape and it hadn't been taken care of. Despite their obvious neglect, they are in the process of being rehabbed.
They found these guinea pigs with a tarp over them, and inside the cages, I was told that there was these little chicken waterers that were there, but they're all covered with filth. There was no food inside the cages. So the people at the Humane Society said they didn't know when the last time was they had been fed or taken care of. The vet came in and found that there were some with issues. Some were given antibiotics, some were pregnant.
The good news is the guinea pigs will be available for adoption after they are brought back to health. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction. A chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Zachary's with us. Zachary Sontag. Zach, are you in Cheyenne?
Not the exact moment, but I'm bouncing back and forth into Cheyenne Frontier Days. What a blast.
Yeah.
Man. What a riot that thing is. I can't believe how fun it is out there, man.
Dude, first impressions? What do you think? Is this your first one? And what do you think? Is it crazy?
I mean, I've been to rodeos. I've been to quite a few rodeos, but it is my first Cheyenne Frontier Days. And it took me about all of maybe 20 minutes to realize, okay, this is the top rodeo. I've never been to a rodeo funner than this, and I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, it's big. It's the daddy of them all. Biggest outdoor rodeo. That's how it's billed. Anyway, it's been going on a long time, since 1897. But the most important thing about rodeo, of course, is the food. Man, we had Nate on yesterday. Have you had what have you had so far? Give me a list of the menu.
Oh man, well, this is, this will stun you, but haven't had much other than hot dogs and the peanuts. Honestly, you're in the press box up there. You don't have a lot of time to head out to the carny, so that is on the short list. I'm gonna find time to gorge, and when I do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, you got to try that hot honey goat cheese pizza. That's crazy. Pineapple chicken bowl. And yeah, the fruity pebbles po' boy. I don't know if he's bringing that anymore, but yeah,
they are leveling up. These guys do it right, man. They invest in the product. They're creative. It's like your mouth waters just talking about some of this. I love the pineapple. They cut the pineapple in half. They use the pineapple and grill it and put it back into the bowl with steamed rice, marinated chicken, green onions, sesame seeds. I mean, that's a really tasty dish. You just can tell.
Yeah, and I love the way you called it. It's just elevated carnival food. It's carnival food, and Nate Janicek we're talking about, who's got he's like the guy, Cheyenne Frontier Days and other places. His business, what is he? Fun business?
Fun biz is what he calls it. Yeah.
Fun biz. It is like he knows the basics. Like people expect to see a corn dog, but he also, wants to get jiggy with it. And man, he's just the way you wrote the story, my stomach was growling.
Yeah, you got to respect this guy. He says, look, you go elsewhere, and Nate has traveled a lot. He travels like crazy, goes to carnivals, fairs all over the country, he travels internationally, and he's constantly sampling, seeing what other people are doing. And once in a while, he'll find something inspiring, but overwhelmingly, what he sees everywhere else is it's the staid, gimmicky food. They're sticking something in a deep fryer. They point to a shelf and say, we're doing that this year. And that's not his approach. He says, I want the people to remember the food as much as they remember the bull riding. And the locally sourced, he's getting quality Angus meat, he's getting local bread, he's getting local vegetables. They're prepping it all there. None of it's pre-prepped, so it's got a freshness to it. This is somebody who cares about the craft, and I guarantee you people are leaving this carnival with a memory of how tasty the food is.
Yeah, Nate does it right. He does it different. He does it right. And that's interesting you zeroed in on him. I mean, I probably would have as well. We're talking to Zachary Sontag. He's covering Cheyenne Frontier Days for the Cowboy State Daily. First and foremost, rodeo and the people that attend. But at what point do you say, hey, food might make a story? Like, let's talk about the food available there.
I know it, if food, it's, you need it to survive, even at the rodeo. You got to have it. And like you mentioned, that po' boy, the Fruity Pebbles, he's not bringing it this year, but that is a dish that people need to look out for in the future because it's creative. It's just well thought through. He takes the Gulf shrimp. He has a modified fish batter that actually includes Fruity Pebbles in the batter. Then he includes Fruity Pebbles in the sweet and savory sauce, and then he adds it to the top for a little crunch and texture. So it's this layered experience, but it's sweet, savory, and it's not gimmicky. It's actually, from everything we hear, a quality dish.
I'm sure it kills in Slidell Parish, Louisiana, where the po' boy is king. But in Wyoming, just the po' boy, people are like, I don't know about that. And the Fruity Pebble, he's ahead of his time maybe with it here. Nate will admit to a few misses in his genius creations. I love the way you tell the Cheyenne Frontier Day story through eyes of people who, this is not their jam. New Yorkers, big city people, they come and they see CFD and they're like, whoa, we love this. We got to come back. This doesn't exist on the East Coast or wherever.
I know. If you can imagine what it has done to a West Coaster like me, just imagine how exotic this is to some of those East Coasters that people don't realize. But you've got patrons at Frontier Days that are coming from 31 different countries. They're coming from every single U.S. state. So this is a big deal. And for people who come for the first time, it really does shock them in a number of ways. So some of these folk I talked to from Brooklyn, the O'Hares, they got in here and they just were blown away because they've done rodeos on the East Coast. And what they say is, compared to what they get at Madison Square Garden, this is 100 times, 1,000 times better. It's so much more interesting. Madison Square Garden is practically boring compared to what they got here because there's always something in the arena. Always. They've got the trick ponies. They've got events between events. They've got the gunslingers, the flag riders, the wagon trains. It doesn't stop. And I think that was one of the things that they loved most. It was nonstop action in the arena.
Well, when you've been doing this thing for 120 plus years, you learn people need to be entertained, and they keep it moving. They keep the energy up. They keep things moving fast. Did you find anyone, when you talk about these folks who are not necessarily immersed in the rodeo culture, that maybe it's their first visit to Cheyenne Frontier Days, and when you talk about culture shock, did you find anyone who was like negative culture shock? Like, I don't like rodeo. It's terrible what they do. Or was it mostly, wow, this is amazing and I love it?
Not a single person that I talked to. Nobody was turned off by it. Nobody was offended by it, and one woman, Sandra O'Hare, she was impressed, not just at the cultural level, but at the level of how they treat the animals. This was a woman who's a native of Chile, and there are big rodeo people down in Chile. They do it differently. Their main events are different. It looks a lot different, but they still have a very cowboy-esque culture. But her big gripe with the rodeos down there is she says they don't treat the animals very well, especially when they don't cooperate. And what she saw here was something very different. And that touched her heart because she's a big animal person. She wants to see the livestock cared for. And indeed they were. And that was an impression that stuck with her.
Well, you've drawn the jewel assignment for the week. 10 days, 9 days of rodeo, 10 days of events, Cheyenne Frontier Days. And this guy's right on it. Zachary Sontag. Zach, more stories from Cheyenne Frontier Days, please.
They're coming.
All right, buddy. Have a great day.
Take care.
Yeah, I love it, man. Zach's able to take us right there in case we're not able to get there. And you'll get a real feel for Cheyenne Frontier Days through his eyes. Couple of stories, how New Yorkers and others are enjoying Cheyenne Frontier Days. There's just nothing like it. You got to go to Wyoming to see it, and then you're going to eat well. Don't worry, Nate Janicek and his Fun Biz operations, he's going to make sure you're not lacking for carnival food. He does it elevated. He does it a different way. He's unique. Great stories from Zach Sontag. Take a quick break here in the Cowboy State Daily Show. Be right back with more after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Well, it's July 23rd. Let's find out what happened on this day in history. I had to do a little research to understand the first item. I still don't know that I understand it fully. Was this day in history in 1632? That goes back a ways. That's a little before my time, I gotta say. 1632. 300 colonists set sail from France to come to New France. So they left old France. We know where that is, right? France, Europe. Set sail on this day, headed for New France. And we're talking about Champlain's New France, which is where? A map of New France, 1632. I'm trying to find one. I mean, it's in what is now the United States, right? It could be some of Canada because that's practically French. Anyway, it was over here to the Americas. They were on their way. It was this day in 1847, the founding of Salt Lake City by Mormons, of course, LDS. Happy birthday, Salt Lake. This day in 1874, George Custer climbs the Inyan Cara Mountain in the Black Hills of Wyoming and carves his name there. Well, good for you, General Custer. 1888, construction commenced on the state penitentiary in Rawlins. 1890, the official celebration of Wyoming statehood held in Cheyenne. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show opened in Berlin, Germany on this day in 1890. This day in 1903, the Ford Motor Company sold its first car. 1903. And in 1973, on this day, Old Faithful Inn added, finally and rightfully so, to the National Register of Historic Places. All these things happened on this day in history. Normally, when we finish up this day in history, we go right to rodeo. And by that, I mean the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen. But we're actually going to do better than that. We're going to go right to rodeo, right to live rodeo with Sierra Spratt. How's that for rodeo? Sierra, you may recognize the voice, the face. She's done work with the Cowboy channel. So have I, by the way, Sierra. So we both maybe draw a paycheck from the same boss occasionally. And then some of your work is done from the back of a horse. We're talking about one of the top breakaway ropers in rodeo. Let's start there. Let's talk about rodeoing and breakaway roping, the sport. First, am I wrong, but was it like not even a decade ago that women just didn't really rope? I mean, they were barrel racers. There weren't, your brother ropes, so you picked up a rope. You were at the rope and dummy, in downtime at the trailer of the rodeo waiting for your event. But now, holy crap, women rope. This exploded, did it not?
Yeah, it definitely did. And I mean, we always roped, but on the professional level, we were not in the PRCA. The WPRA did not add the breakaway until quite a few years ago. But yeah, it's definitely the fastest growing sport now. And everyone has been patiently waiting, and you can tell they jumped on the opportunity, including myself.
Yeah, and I mean, give us a sense now of what it takes. If you have not seen breakaway roping, it's meant to basically simulate calf roping, and that day is coming. I don't know why women aren't just full out just roping a calf and getting down there. Whatever. It's like the best of goat tying combined with breakaway, but breakaway is. You're landing your loop. You're making a roping. You're asking for that stop from your horse. And your horse. Tell me the name of your horse. Your horse has a big whoa. I gotta say.
Thank you. Yes, that's Whiskey. He does. Whiskey can whoa.
Dang, Whiskey can shut it down, man. So what are you doing now? Like, get for people who have not seen it. And this is an event that don't blink or you're going to miss it. It's over in 3 seconds. If you're longer than 3, you're probably not in the money. Sierra, What are you doing? What is it about?
I mean, yeah, like you said, it's basically the calf roping, only your event is done as soon as you have that rope around the calf's neck, stop your horse, rope breaks off your saddle horn by a tiny little piece of nylon string. Flagger drops his flag as soon as he sees that pop off your horn, and fastest time wins. So these ladies... they work so incredibly hard because it is such a competitive sport. And I mean, yes, you're right. It is fast. And even at Cheyenne with such a long setup, Cheyenne Frontier Days, it's still very fast.
And sometimes in the rodeo business, you'll hear contestants use the phrase a businessman's run or a business run, where you're just trying to be, you're trying to be competitive and in the overall. But in this event, it is go big or go home. I mean, is that in your mind when you're in the box? You're like, I got to be fast. There is no second place is the first loser. Like, you got to be fast.
Yes, you definitely have to be aggressive. There isn't too many setups where you can safety up, take another swing. Maybe if you get to a short round and that short round maybe, falling apart, but I've rarely seen it. These girls are just that competitive and trying to perfect their sport every day. So not too much businessman runs. Nope, it's pretty much go big or go home.
So let's talk about your work behind the mic, Rodeo Road Trip Live, Cowboy Channel stuff. I saw you hanging with some pretty cool people. You were shooting pool with Aaron Watson. What the heck?
I did shoot pool with Aaron Watson. That was last year at Outlaw, right down the road. Yeah,
Dang.
that was awesome. I've got to meet some incredible people that I've been fans of for years. So I feel so blessed that that's my job.
And you were talking also with Chancey Williams, who we had on just a little while ago. And I told Chancey, we're going to come full circle. You were interviewed by Sierra Spratt. He's like, oh, she's good. It was. So Cheyenne Frontier Days brings us all back home to Wyoming, huh?
Yeah, heck yeah. Thanks, Chancey. Yes, I of course remember interviewing him. But yeah, I do love that. I bumped into him once in an elevator at South Point and immediately said, hey, Sierra, how are you? And he remembers me? That's awesome. He's such a great guy.
Now, you got Wyoming roots. Take me back to whether we're going to call it Shoshone or Lyside. Like, where is Lyside? But seriously, you high school rodeo star we're looking at from Lyside, Shoshone.
Yeah, we call it Lifeside. I mean, honestly, my house is even further away from Lifeside. That's just the closest town, and
Oh,
it's really
boy.
not a town. It's a mailbox, it's a post office, but it counts. But I went to school at Shoshone, and yeah, our family ranch, we multi-generational Angus and now Wagyu beef cattle ranch out there in the heart of Wyoming, right there in the middle.
So is this RO Bar? Is that the ranch?
That's actually my cousin,
Okay.
Corley, TJ, Jenny. Yeah, they're our bar. Yep.
You got cousins, you got like in the family. This is just the ranchiest family. Seriously, rodeo ranchy. I mean, all of them. If you're looking for a top hand, a good hand, just make sure Spratt is in the name somewhere, I guess.
Oh, thank you.
And so now, what did you do after that? You're high school. It's high school. It's a state final, national championship for high school, and then some folks just they go pro. They get their PRCA card. Some college. I think for you it was college, Cal Poly. Tell me what happened next.
Yeah, I started out at San Houston State in Texas my freshman year. Went there a couple years. Didn't exactly jive with Texas the best. I wasn't entirely excited. I had such a great program, such a great coach, but I wasn't that happy in Texas. So I went back home to finish out my bachelor's and just did New Mexico State online. But then by the time it was my master's degree time, I thought I wanted to go on an adventure, and I got an incredible opportunity to go to Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, California. It's the most beautiful place in the world.
Oh, man.
And I was able to coach and compete and get my master's degree all in 1 year. And it was I'll never forget that. That was the most incredible year of my life. And as soon as I left college, I was going to go pro, buy my car, go for the rookie, but I got this amazing opportunity with Teton Ridge and now the Cowboy channel. And I didn't want to just jump in and try to do both simultaneously. I wanted to make sure that I could give it my all. So I put off buying my card for a year, and then we started rodeoing.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because I lost track of your career there. Were you traveling with the Australian wonder, the Resisto rookie, Arianda Verechetti?
Yes.
She's pretty good.
Yeah, she's awesome. I traveled with her last year, and then she went back to Australia, and I was so sad, but she's back now. So she's officially moved. Yep.
Awesome. So what's your future? What do you like more? Do you like competing in rodeo? There's nothing like the rodeo community, but you still get to share with the rodeo community when you do your broadcast stuff. What's equal, 50-50? What do you like?
I get that question quite a bit, actually. And it's not something I want to pick. I mean, rodeo, I always say rodeo is my first love. And I mean, it's been my whole life and my family's whole life, both sides, far back, we all rodeo. So I don't think anything could ever, top it in my heart. But my job is something that, I'm so grateful that I have it, because like you said, it ties together my passion already for rodeo, and it kind of complements it in the best way. And it's I don't know. It's hard to beat. My job is pretty great.
Well, when we talk about rodeo, for many folks, they equate it with just cowboy tough, which means cowgirl tough, because I can tell you now, the girls are tougher than the guys. You had quite a wreck in Pendleton. You okay? Everything good?
I'm so happy. That was the one time I've ever went viral on the internet.
Yeah. It's always the crash, Sierra. That's all we had.
And the Breakaway Roping Journal, they asked if they could post it. She's so sweet, everyone that works there and stuff. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? A few hundred people, a couple thousand might see it. No, there's 2.2 million now that have seen it. I have been recognized from crashing at Pendleton. So that's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping. But to answer your question, yes, I am okay. I broke my foot in 3 places, sprained my ACL. It was a pretty bad wreck. Took a while to recover, but I'm doing just fine now. And I don't know if I'm going to enter Pendleton again.
Well, the grass, that's a whole different thing, man. You need dirt, you need the sand. So you've been around, you've been so many of the great rodeos, whether it's the Stampede up there in Calgary, Pendleton Roundup. Cheyenne Frontier Days, we've been doing it a long time and doing it like nobody else. What is special about Cheyenne Frontier Days?
Oh my gosh. I mean, of course, it's close to home. It's Wyoming, but I've been going and watching just that slack for as long as I can remember. I mean, I think it's one of the greatest rodeos because even the slack is amazing to watch. I mean, the setup is unique, of course. There's history, there's heritage that they, make sure to honor every single year. And even just the people that put it on, every single person that I've ever met that's on that committee, they're just so passionate about it too. I mean, it's their baby and it shows, their hard work definitely pays off.
Yeah, and it's the top names, PRCA. If you're a contestant, it's all about the money. You're trying to get points, NFR, if that's your career path, trajectory. So that's where you decide to enter rodeos. But as a rodeo contestant, does it also factor in the prestige? Like, there's big payout windows for sure, but I want to ride a Cheyenne Frontier Days. I got to be there.
There definitely is the prestige of it. Of course, yeah, the payday is huge. It would be amazing to have that much money come in, but also, of course, just having that title. Yeah, it's something that's very special, and not very many rodeos, I think, really have that across the board. But I can't imagine too many athletes out there, wouldn't just be so honored to be able to have a Cheyenne Frontier Days buckle on their belt.
Yeah, well, Sierra, I appreciate it. You spending time with us. Stay safe. We want to see more of your work on camera.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll stay upright. Thank you so much.
Or on the horse. Either way. Love that horse.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Have a great day.
Thank you.
That's Sierra Spratt, breakaway roping legend. She also, back in the day, high school, barrel racer, she can do it all. She's a ranch kid. And rodeo, and you see her on the Cowboy Channel, Teton Ridge, Rodeo Road Trip Live. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be right back after this one final break, and we'll make a dash for the finish line.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk?
honk, they hear you.
Yeah, we're back at it. Wednesday edition of Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to rodeo some more in a minute with the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. Will Rasmussen still has not reported from Cheyenne Frontier Days. I believe he's still doing reruns. He must be having fun in Cheyenne. I hope he's there. And we do get reports from him being there, because it is the daddy of them all. I mean, if you're a rodeo guy or a rodeo gal, you've got to be in Cheyenne right now until July 27th. We're right in the middle of a 10-day Cheyenne Frontier Days rodeo. Tonight, the night show on the big stage, Brooks and Dunn with the opener, Chancey Williams, Wyoming's own Chancey Williams, who was on the show earlier this morning. Chancey checked in, the Moorcroft Cowboy. That should be exciting. What a show that's going to be. Chancey Williams and Brooks and Dunn. Senator Cynthia Lummis, who has also been on this show, is calling for a cancellation of the August recess, which probably is not going over too well with many of her fellow peers, I can imagine. You know, if you're a U.S. senator and you get August off, it's like being a teacher. That's your vacation. The whole month of August, Congress takes off. That's their recess. And Senator Lummis says, well, hold on. We're not done with business yet. Much the same way President Trump said, don't anybody make plans for 4th of July until you vote on my big, beautiful bill. Nobody's going anywhere. Don't pack the station wagon just yet. Remember when Trump said that? And then look how fast everybody said, okay, and passed that big, beautiful bill. Well, now U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis said, don't think you're going on August recess yet until we get some of these nominees confirmed. She talked about a cancellation of the Senate's August recess. Cynthia wants to go stay right at work. She wants to work right through August. I don't know about the rest of her peers, but she's particularly saying that the Democrats who have slow walked these nominees, there's now 136 still awaiting confirmation. Some of these nominees Trump tapped back in late January, just days after he was sworn into office. Some of his nominees are still waiting. January, February, March, April, May, June. 6 months we're waiting to see if Brian Nesvik is going to be the new U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director. He got through committee on a 10-9 vote, by the way. One of the yay votes was Senator Lummis. But he's still awaiting confirmation to be I assume while the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is being run by the old director at this point, or interim. I don't even know. Maybe nobody's running it. But Nesvik's still awaiting, and he's not the only one. He's one of an estimated 136 Trump nominees waiting. And what Democrats have done is basically, busted out the filibuster. And they're just kind of delaying and slow walking and knowing that they've got August coming up where they're also on break. They know that they can stretch this thing out till September. And Senator Lummis calling the Democrats bluff. She says, no, it's time to get back to work. Don't think you're going anywhere for August. We should be finishing with these nominee confirmations, says Senator Lummis. So there's one Republican saying that we should stay at work in D.C. in the Congress. Meanwhile, it's the Democrats who want to stay at work for August, and it's the Republican in the House I'm talking about. In the Senate, the Republicans say we should get back to work, stay at work, and not go on our August vacation. In the House, the Democrats say we should stay at work and shouldn't go on the August vacation. And it's a whole nother reason. We just learned that Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, announced yesterday he was cutting short the week's legislative business and sending the House home early for summer. Today, supposedly. And the reasoning is the Republicans don't want to deal with the whole Epstein thing. And the Democrats won't let it go. So in the two different houses, in the two different chambers of Congress, you got the Senate, and Republicans want to stay and work and keep their nose to the grindstone because we got nominees still sitting around waiting for confirmation. And meanwhile, in the House, you got Democrats saying we should stay at work and not go on vacation because we need to know about the Jeffrey Epstein files. Oh, are we just going to be over that already? So it's interesting to see how both the Senate and the House, depending on what party you belong to, what are willing to forego their August vacation, August recess, for different reasons. That's what's going on in D.C. I would expect no less than just the sheer madness of Congress. I'm glad I'm not in that thing. In-N-Out Burgers is officially out of California, that is. The In-N-Out Burgers CEO says she's done with California. Lindsay Snyder announced she and her family are packing up and moving east, doing the opposite of the Beverly Hillbillies trip. It's California's much-loved hamburger chain. I love In-N-Out Burger. Love it. Right up there with Smash Burger. And I mean, there's not a fast food burger joint I don't love. But In-N-Out is really good. And I wish an In-N-Out would come to Wyoming. They're in Idaho. In-N-Out Burger has more than 400 locations across 8 states. Colorado, Idaho, California, of course, where they were born, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Texas, Oregon. But they will no longer be headquartered in California. Reason being, California stinks, basically. That's kind of what CEO Snyder said. She said there are a lot of great things about California, but raising a family is not easy here. Doing business is not easy here. And she announced last week on a podcast called Relatable. I thought we were the only podcast that exists in the world. I mean, I heard Joe Rogan does one. I'd never heard of him. Relatable, never heard of it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, yeah. #1 podcast in your heart. Snyder announced on Relatable the other day that she's out. She's taking In-N-Out Burger out. She's been shopping around looking for a place to open the corporate office. She has settled on Tennessee. Oh, darn. Should have come to Wyoming, Lindsay. Should have. You missed opportunity there, but I'm glad you're getting out of California. Other departures, Charles Schwab, Chevron, they've both cited regulatory issues, taxes, high operating costs. Elon Musk last year said he was moving the headquarters of SpaceX from California to Texas. So, yeah, mass exodus. Doing business in Texas is expensive, heavily taxed, and full of regulations and red tape. This story interesting. Sometimes you hear of legislation proposed in Wyoming that would make it easier for landlords to remove squatters. It's hard to fathom a world where if you own a property, you own a house, someone can just come in and take up residence there, and suddenly they have more rights than you do. This happens in California all the time. It happens in liberal places. We heard about this happening. San Francisco is one place where landlords are frustrated with the fact that squatters can move into if you leave a place abandoned. Let's say you own a property and you've rented it out, and a family is leaving, and you don't have the next family in yet. You don't have your next renter in yet. Or let's say you tell whoever you're renting the property to, look, you've got to get out because I'm going to do some renovations. And the renovations take 2 months and 3 months, and then you can't get a contractor, and the place sits empty for any amount of time. A week, a month, a couple months. And during the time your place is empty, sometimes for no fault of your own, nothing you can do about it, somebody decides they're going to move in, like legitimately moves in and takes up residence in your house. And then you find out it's almost impossible to kick them out. Because the laws protect the squatter. It's unbelievable. Well, this is happening. I'm reading this story about a Chicago homeowner where this liberalism exists, where you cannot get police to go and kick somebody out of your house. Police say, well, that's not our matter. It's not a police matter. That's a civil matter. Goes to another court. Meanwhile, squatters lawyer up, and somehow they have more rights than the person who actually owns the property. So in Wyoming, Wyoming's been proactive about it. Wyoming sees this kind of nonsense happening in liberal areas, and every now and then you'll see proposed legislation to make sure the property owners are well protected, or at least armed with the ability to kick out people that move into their place, because this is the kind of stuff that happens. Chicago homeowner says squatters took over his property and demanded $8,000 for repairs. They're like, hey, this place needs work, man. We moved in and squatted, and, the paint's peeling in the bedroom, and the pipes knock when we turn on the hot water. You really got to fix this place up. And the property owner is like, what? Who are you? So here's what the property owner did. The squatters said they would leave if they were paid $8,000. I don't know how they came up with this amount. They said, we're not leaving unless you give us $8,000. They basically, held the property owner up. So what the property owner did in response, Marco Velasquez, he moved into his own house. He said, fine, I'll come in and squat with you. It's my place. Or, if we're to take your line of thinking, it's nobody's place. It's yours. Okay. I'll move in with you. Make a little room for me. I'll let you have the biggest bedroom. I'll take this one. Marco Velasquez moved in with the squatters in his own Chicago home. Due to current state law, Velasquez was told he could not intervene. The matter would have to be handled in civil court. And of course, in civil court, it'd be months minimum before he could seek any kind of restitution or. So Velasquez moved in with the squatters that moved into his home. I love it. Good. And he said he figures it wouldn't be long before they left. before they got the hint, and we'll see how that goes. Good luck. I hope you achieve something. I talked earlier with Greg Johnson about social media, a buzz over a movie that hasn't even started filming yet, but it's to be Margot Robbie's latest project. Margot Robbie, of course, played Barbie in the Barbie movie. That was such a monster mega hit that she took a little time off from acting after that, and we haven't seen her really in anything since, although she's got 2 movies coming out soon. And I'm trying to find the names of them that I think she's finished filming, and 2 movies will be out for Margot Robbie. But this movie we're talking about is a brand new project that I can't wait to see. This is going to be great because I love these old sci-fi movies from the 50s, you know, the black and whites. Although I think this one was color. Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. I love the kitschy 50s like B movies. Like they're so bad they're good. So what if somebody remade them? What if that somebody was world-renowned, famous, award-winning director Tim Burton, who just finished up Beetlejuice, the latest Beetlejuice redo. Of course, Tim Burton directed Edward Scissorhands. Tim Burton is suddenly back. He's suddenly hot again in Hollywood. And he says he's going to remake Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, the 1958 sci-fi cult classic. And he's casting Margot Robbie as the 50-Foot Woman. Of course. Sign me up. I'm there. Margot Robbie's newest project will be starring in the 50-Foot Woman redo with Tim Burton in the director chair. Yeah, I like it. I got to find out she's got 2 movies coming out, and I don't know what I did with that. I must have lost it. Let's go to Will Rasmussen, Western Ag Network on the Rodeo Roadshow. I think he's still doing reruns with Ned Ledoux, but we'll find out.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Had a chance to talk to Ned Ledoux, the son of the legendary Chris Ledoux, who is a country music star in his own right and great in concert. He played drums for his dad's band, and that's how he got a taste of the music business. We'll talk about Ned Ledoux's start when we come back on the Roadshow.
Cattle Producers Western Video Market just wrapped up its Silver Legacy Sale in Reno, Nevada, and what a sale it was. Tremendous buyer demand and record prices for calves and yearlings. Now their next big summer video sale is August 11th and 12th from Little America in Cheyenne, Wyoming. However, the consignment deadline is this Thursday, July 24th. So let the professionals at Western Video Market go to work for you and bring top dollar for your cattle. Contact your local Western Video Market rep today or visit WVMCattle.com.
Looking for tough, long-lasting stock tanks? Go fiberglass with Western Ranch Supply. Our non-rust, corrosion-free livestock water tanks are built to last forever. No more replacing rusted-out metal tanks. Choose from round, rectangular, or oblong styles in many sizes, all at competitive prices. Get yours today at Western Ranch Supply's Billings or Great Falls locations, or have them delivered right to your ranch.
We chatted a couple years ago, and you said you were, I did not know that, you were the drummer in your dad's band. So that was interesting to me.
Yeah, and I'd played drums. I probably got started when I was about 4 or 5, and went on to play with a couple of bands around Wyoming. And then it was August of '98. Dad's drummer, K.W. Turnbow, got in a car wreck, and he ended up being okay. I mean, he's actually still out. He's playing with me, and but he was laid up for close to a year, and that's when my dad asked me if I'd like to maybe come out and give it a shot.
Wow.
And I just turned 21, and it took me a few shows to kind of get my bearings and kind of settle down. But they were all real patient with me, and yeah, it worked out good. It was fun.
Yeah, that drummer, he makes me laugh. He's got the big beard and gloves on, and he's old school, that guy, I'll tell you. So
yeah, he looks like a guy that just walked off a movie set from some old Western movie back in the 70s or something. But yeah, he's a character. It'd be pretty boring without him out there.
just a little something different on the Rodeo Roadshow. Ned Ledoux, he will be appearing live at the Darby Music Fest this Friday in Darby, Montana. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back at it, back in studio. Thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Road Show. New York Post is reporting that airline stewards, what do they call them? It's not stewardess anymore. That's disrespectful. It's no longer PC correct. Sky hostesses. They report a disgusting, passengers keep indulging in this nasty plane bathroom behavior on airplanes. Here's why airlines are afraid to call out icky offenders. This story. So what is the nasty habit going on in the bathrooms in airplanes? I mean, it's just simply somebody doing number two, right? I mean, if you, oh man, there needs to be etiquette on airplanes. We've seen people's behavior on airplanes and it's not good. But if you got to do a stinky number two, can you not hold it until you're somewhere else? Like, really? No, in this case, it's third world nation people who do not know how to use a toilet. Seriously, like stewardesses, crew members say they find number twos on the floor, on the sink. God, what a way to close out the show, right? Yeah, they say, and they say it's a lack of the problem. First world, not a problem. First world countries that know how to use Western toilets, but there are other air travelers that they're just not used to it. They squat over holes. They go on the ground. They just don't know how to work the toilet. All right. How do they even get plane tickets is what I want to know. Anyway, on that nice note, let's take the morning off. See you tomorrow, same time at the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.